two with the got it in the got it being salty with a rock. With a tall tone, whatever the car and tongue to never have so that be rock. With the two with the got it in the got it being salty with a rock. With a tall tone, whatever the car and tongue to never have so that be rock.
Drop it in my face.
Let's go!
Drop it in my. Drop it in my face.
With the two, with the got it in the got it being salty with a rock. With a tall tone, whatever the car and tongue to never have so that be rock. With the two, with the got it in the got it being salty with a rock. With a tall tone, whatever the car and tongue to never have so that be rock. Being salty with a rock. With a tall tone, whatever the car and tongue to never have so that be rock. Drop with the two, with the got it in the got it being salty with a rock. With a tall tone, whatever the car and tongue to never have so that be rock. got it, got it, being salty with it. When it's all done, whenever the car done, chomp to never that man, so that big rock. Down with it, when you got it, being salty with it. When it's all done, whenever the car done, chomp to never that man, so that big rock.
Slap it in my face.
Let's go!
Slap it in my. Slap it in my face.
Down with it, when you got it, being salty with it. When it's all done, whenever the car done, chomp to never that man, so that big rock. Down with it, when you got it, being salty with it. When it's all done, whenever the car done, chomp to never that man, so that big rock.
Everyone, welcome to DDR Storm Pump It Up tournament. It's day 2. We're rolling into top 16. Wave 5 is going to happen in a bit here. Everyone's just warming up.
Absolutely perfect! Next stage. Level 17. Level 18. Your skills are really amazing! Wow! Game over!
side, the forces of darkness are gathering in their legions. On the other, a secret alliance is sworn to keep the flame of truth fighting for what they hold most dear. What lengths will they go to in their struggle to prevail? And how much further will they go if what both are fighting for is the same thing? In a desperate conflict with a ruthless enemy. A man born to fight. An enemy bent on conquest. Let battle commence.
刺さるノイズ嘘の噛む日々出口が見えずに静寂から一人トラック見の絶叫ソリホーリンボイス届けよう思いじっと黙ってば映画引退最短のコンティニューで昨日に say goodbye いない声が心に響く幻想と闇の狭間で乗り焼けるなんもないや感情純情友情愛情からなんです曖昧なジョークも愛想笑いで返す絡まらぬ名情素性うつ情連情とすりゃいいの最後に笑えんのか涙はからから突き刺さるノイズ
Difficulty zone level 11. Level 7, level 9, level 18. Absolutely perfect! Game over! Ready? Wrap it up! New tunes! New tunes!
yourself. Ooh, nope, still not. Okay, there we go. And there we have it, our first song of wave 5. This is of the Project Storm Pump It Up tournament, and it is a doozy of a chart. Curiosity Overdrive S22. It's one of the earlier songs from Phoenix. It's a Topazolite song, and Kenny absolutely ripped it with a disgusting 983k. 7k personal up score. So we initially were going to do 19s to 21s for this round, but we decided, due to the high level of play of the people that are in the pool, that it would be 20s to 22s instead. You can see the card draw they got in front of you. The songs that were left to stick around are Curiosity Overdrive S22, which was just played. It's a multifaceted tech chart courtesy of Dulky. We have Desapara Ser S22, which is a very, very stream heavy, pretty technical turny remix of Vanish. And what's the other? Do you remember what the other song is that it's a remix of? It's Sarabande, maybe? Yeah. I think it's Vanish and Sarabande. It's a very cool song. The 20 is kind of boring, so I'm very happy that they got the 22 instead. And then the final song is one of my personal favorite charts in the entire game, Infinity S21. And what's very interesting about this is that last year, I'm pretty sure that not only did this song also get played in the pools, but it got played in the same pool that Eggplant and Kenny were both in. And I'm pretty sure that Kenny S'd it. I think this is on XX still, but I'm pretty sure Kenny said it was his first ever S21S or something at the time. And so it'll be interesting to see how those two players especially have improved on this chart. Infinity is one of my favorite charts in the whole game to play because it has really, really cool rhythms, really, really cool bracket tech, like bracket triplet tech, stuff like that. It's not super duper convoluted, but it's not straightforward either. Anyway, here we go. A nice, nice, nice remix. Currently, both players on Machine 2 maintaining a full combo through the early brackets and these freeze pivots here, but this repeated tapping section is really, really tough to consistently hit perfects in, and even to just combo can be tough. And you can see Murloc and combo scoring both struggling a little bit there. Both of the Machine 2 players, though, retaining full combos. Very impressive.
I'm gonna have a word with him. I can't believe he actually made his player game combos.
This is a very, very long, very tough run. You see the repeating M runs into the drills here, the side half M runs into these side brackets. Just really, really tough chart to score on. That brutal behind the back blue and yellow stream. And it just keeps on going. These very, very, very long anchor runs, I feel like reward the more four-panel oriented players in this pool, that being Eggplant and Awoken, because they're very rhythm heavy. It's tough to say in a song like that with so many notes and so much density who did the best, but I would guess it was Kenny or Eggplant. And I would be correct. Kenny with a very impressive 973k, Eggplant with a 963k, combo scoring with a 953k, and Murloc with a 907k. That is a chart that is not easy to clear by any means. And for someone with the playstyle that Murloc has, especially, it's like really, really tough to do some of those, you know, some of those patterns, the repeated M runs and stuff like that are pretty easy to do and time well, but a lot of the other patterns in that chart are just so tricky to score well on. And you can see the benefit of Kenny's like very, very legit, clean, clear, crisp play style in his score there. He's doing great so far. So is Eggplant, and they are currently, I would say, the two favorites. Going into this song, this is a chart that I feel like Kenny is really, really strong at. I know he and I have played it a lot. Like I said, he asked it last year. But wow, you can see Eggplant has a 992 already saved on her card. So yeah, that's a pretty impressive score. If she can come close to matching her personal best, I would imagine she's a favorite to take this chart down out of this group of four. In the second group, thinking about who is in that group, I think it's quite possible that there's no one who can take a 990k plus on this song. It's just such an impressive score. So I'm not sure what's causing the delay here. I don't know if people just wanted a little bit of a rest after this parser or what, but here we go. Let's begin, baby. I love this chart. This chart's so fun to watch. All four players initially handling these freeze taps. Very clear, very clean. Coming up here, we have a fairly simple triple bracket section. But what follows it is a pretty complicated one. And you see Eggplant is the first person to drop combo here. She missed one of those where you turn your heel in. You're holding your right foot on the upright, I believe, and your left foot has to turn inwards to hit center and down left. It's pretty tricky. All three other players, though, still with the full combos into these triplets. Wow, okay, so through that tricky section. Murloc and Kenny still holding full combos.
Now, before he dropped this combo, I was going to say Murloc is significantly more sloppy. He's getting more.
Yeah,
good,
he definitely has higher great and good counts than Kenny did at that point. And now we see the Eggplant is back in the combo lead. Kenny broke, but I think he still might be ahead of her in score. It's tough to really say. These last few triplets are really going to determine it. Ooh. And where, both of them getting a miss right at the end, but I think that Kenny did a little bit better in those ending triplets. I'm going to guess Kenny was like low 990s and Eggplant was high 980s. Yep, wow, there we go. Again, very impressive scores from all the players. Only 25 perfects separating the highest from the lowest score. 977k plus for Marco, 986.7 for Murloc, 989 for Eggplant, 993 for Kenny. Kenny with a very, very, very good run. Yeah, wow, that's I hope that you guys appreciate just watching these dudes go at it. Very, very, very sick performance by Kenny. He really cleanly hit those really tough freeze hold triples. Struggled a little bit with some of the bracket triplet sections, but did the turning streams well, and just an overall very, very solid run. And as we currently stand, Kenny is the clear favorite to go on from this bracket. He is at the maximum number of possible points. He took all 3 songs from his group, so we already know that Murloc, Combo Scoring, and Eggplant are all going to have to move to the redemption bracket for a chance to move on into our top 8. Of the remaining players, we have Ton, Rinker. Ton dropped, understandable, very fatigued, long, tough weekend. So then we have Rinker, legendary in the groove player, HS Puppets, a pump player from here in Daytona Beach, and Mint Foam Lucas, another Florida local, Tampa Bay resident, Tampa area resident, longtime Storm attendee, has been coming to Storm at least as long as I have, if not longer. So Lucas is a very, very, very strong singles player, especially on charts in this 20 to 22 range. However, I don't know how much familiarity he has with Desaparecer in particular. I know he has a very good score on Desaparecer S20. I don't know how much he plays Curiosity Overdrive. I don't know if it's the kind of chart that he's usually into. Infinity, I would guess he probably has a very good score on. So I think that he could certainly threaten Kenny's scores on some of these songs. But I'm curious to see just how well he'll do. They're warming up here with Avalanche S19, which, going back to what I was saying yesterday with Jason about warming up with songs that kind of prepare you physically and mentally for what you're about to do. In terms of raw difficulty, this chart is clearly not as hard as the 21s and 22s that they're about to play, but it is 175 BPM, which is right where 2 of the 3 songs in the set sit, and it is a pretty twisty chart, which will help a lot for all 3 of the songs that are in their pool. So I think that this is a pretty solid warm-up song for them, especially because I know that at least Lucas and Dylan were both warming up separately prior to this, so I don't think that they necessarily need to get their bodies all the way up to like 21, 22 speed. They just need to get in the right mindset to play these kinds of charts.
Putting a spin in a 22 is still one of the funniest things.
I can't hear you that well. What'd you say?
Putting a spin in a 22 is one of the funniest things you could possibly do. Like,
oh no, this isn't a 22. This is just a 19. This is a 19. But yes, it is still fucked up. There are There's a at the end of Queen card. Now the D22, there's that like jump spin. I don't know if you've seen the ending of the chart, but it's like a bracket jump spin where it's like up right center, up left center, down like, and you spin, but it's like so fast that no human being could possibly do it, as far as I'm aware.
And remember Necromancy?
Yes, yes.
I
Yes.
still remember, I think it was Storm 2019. Phil just went for it. No. It was Chadley.
That sounds like
I think Momocon.
That sounds like a Chad move.
He was not gonna get third. So he kind of just went for it at the end and actually did the spin.
That sounds like a Chad type move. That does sound like a Chadley type maneuver.
Game over.
So I don't know if the players are going to play one more warm up here, or if we're just going to launch right into their set. But yeah, so Curiosity Overdrive is a very, very, very backloaded chart. Up until the 2/3 or 3/4 point, it's a 22, so it's not easy, but it's certainly not the hardest thing in the world. But when you get to that back half, it's a very, very, very intense chart. And the best score, I think, what was the best score that we had on the first round of Curiosity Overdrive? Because that's, I think, where people have the most chance to slide in. So yeah, we had a 983, 966 from Kenny, and then all the way down to a 974, 975, 454 by Eggplant. So if one player wants a chance to get a distinct edge here, they need to probably double S plus Curiosity Overdrive, which is not a simple task. You can see Lucas's best score is a 946. The other two not even carded in. So that alone tells you this is, not going to be easy for Lucas to overtake Kenny or Eggplant here. Their scores are both just really, really solid. But we'll see. I think that in this situation, Rinker obviously is at a huge disadvantage. His natural game sense is very high, but not only is this a song that he probably hasn't played before, but it's a new song that he hasn't played before, so he definitely is not going to be familiar with it. So I'm very curious to see how he handles basically sight reading, a pretty technical 22.
Love Lucas just vibing.
So here we see the first really tough part of the chart, and Rinker, of all three of these players, was the one who handled it the best. And here it comes again, another one of these repeated jackhammer triple heavy patterns, and he crushes it. Hits all the triples cleanly, and now we have a weird freeze twisting section. He is doing it all legit and hitting almost all of it. Very impressive performance. Lucas taking a moment to goof off and one hand with the bar, straighten out his arm sleeve.
Right now, his arm sleeve. He was doing the dab.
Was he? He throws his arms up in the eye. Scare. He knows he's doomed. But it's fine. Rinker is crushing it right now. Oh, he almost hits the entirety of that freeze drill. And here comes the really, really tricky ending. Side pivots into bracket drills, alternating, very difficult foot positioning, and Rinker crushes it. Very, very impressive. Incredibly good score. This is not to diminish the achievements of either of the other two players. Puppets with a 956, also a very good score. But yeah, Rinker's score is only good for third best here, right behind Eggplant's 975, but a very, very, very impressive result for a guy who does not play this game at all. I got to admit, to hit those ending bracket triples and those side pivots and the drills, all very, very incredible, honestly. A better score than I can get, and I play this game like 4 times a week, so.
Ready, pump it up!
Now we have Desaparecer, which I think this is probably the cleanest and most normal of these charts. Assuming Rinker was paying attention earlier, he should know that there are these gimmick triples at the beginning. I don't think he'll struggle to hit any of those or the ones in the middle. So it's just going to come down to his ability to execute on those tough long turning streams. I think that this pool is pretty favorable to him, all things considered, in terms of the songs. There's nothing in here that's like a really brutal memory check or something that has like really convoluted tech that that is strange and pump specific. I feel like out of these charts, the one that probably would have been the hardest for Rinker would have been maybe Galaxy Collapse or Milk. So with things as they currently are, it's going to take some really good scores to knock Kenny out of the top 8, but we'll see what happens here. Rinker would have to best Kenny in both of the next 2 songs, or have himself beat Kenny in one song and then one of the other 2 players beat Kenny in the other one. So we'll see. Thank you for that, Chris. I think Lucas figured it out.
Go easy on him. He's the birthday bird.
So all 3 players mostly hitting and executing all of those freeze pivots, but a few drops from each of them. And that's just going to happen in the course of a song like this. Unless you are really, really on top of it, it's going to be tough. We have another one of these jackhammer heavy sections. And unlike last song where Rinker executed the best and Lucas executed the worst, I'm pretty sure Lucas had the best run there and Rinker had the worst. So those are tough to do consistently. Rinker with mostly very clean execution in those streams, but towards the end he started to maybe fall off a little bit, got some goods, some bads, and some misses, and all of those little non-perfect judgments are going to add up. Meanwhile, Lucas and Puppets are both keeping their bars full, getting like maybe occasional misses here and there in the drills, but generally hitting all the notes and getting some perfects. But you see Dylan there fell off the drill rhythm a little bit. It happened again, just going a little bit too fast on the drill, and it's very, very easy to have happen. This speed is actually a little slow for this high level of play. 174 is probably 15 to 25 BPM below what people are comfortable playing at this range, and you can see Dylan, Puppets, Rinker, and Lucas all picking up a lot of bads because the speed of the song just makes it so easy to just go a little bit too fast or a little bit too slow. You either are rushing the drill or you're coming out of the really, really tough turnings patterns into a drill and you're not getting into that position fast enough. So it's funny because the speed is very high for the crossover density and very low for the like raw foot speed, and so it creates kind of a conundrum as a player. And balancing those two things out is very, very challenging.
Level 21.
And here we go. This is my favorite chart of the pool. With the scores as they currently are, we are already confirmed to have Kenny going through into the next round. These players are just playing to keep their legs warm, maybe to get a good score for some personal pride. But as it stands, Kenny is guaranteed to move on, and these three will all be playing in the redemption pool. I'm very excited. I didn't get to watch the card draw happen live for this pool, so I'm excited to get to see the players' thought processes.
You didn't want to see it. The first thing that got vetoed was Dignity. Quitters.
We are waiting on Vince. We are waiting on Lucas, as always. Just blame Lucas for everything. It's that simple. Dylan pulling out the soccer balls. That's how you know the man is aware of the task he is about to engage in. 700 AV soccer balls. He's a lunatic. He should just add in some down scroll, some DR or whatever, just to make things even more chaotic. All right, here we go. Somehow, Puppets retaining nearly a full combo in spite of the soccer balls, but we'll see how he does on these triplets. Ooh, and then from my lips into the feet of the players, they all break combo during those bracket triplets, and it's understandable how. It's a very tough section. No. This is Infinity dash Pump It Up, not to be confused with Pump It Up Infinity. So there we have it. All three players you saw, mostly very solid performances with just some struggles during some of the bracket triplets, but Rinker with a 984K, Lucas with a 975, Puppets with a 971, all very good scores, but all 8 players did pretty well on that song. So even Puppets' 971 is only good for last in the bracket. Very, very, very solid level of play, very solid performances from all 7 of our players. But the one who will be moving on immediately is Kenny, going into the redemption pool. I would say the favorite is certainly Eggplant right now. She had the second best scores on all 3 of the charts. Her her margins of victory on those charts ranged from only 10,000 on Desaparecer to and only 1,000 on Curiosity Overdrive to about 3K on Infinity. So while she didn't win any song by like a hugely decisive margin, other than maybe Desaparecer against her competitors, she did the best. Not only did she come in second on all 3 songs, but the person who was behind her on those songs was never the same person. So she has shown a wide base of skill set that matches her up favorably against all 5 of her remaining competitors here. So right now, I would say that she is my personal favorite to go through. But Brinker with a third and 2/4 could also very easily go through. We've seen he can be extremely strong at some of these bracket tech heavy charts that you're going to see in this difficulty range. He's a solid player at streaming. His Desaparecer run was probably his weakest run, but that's a pretty tricky chart in a lot of different ways and pretty unusual. They're not likely to see another chart like it. So I'm very excited. I don't know. I don't follow enough in the groove nowadays to know what kind of speed stuff we can expect out of Ranker, how much he is open to playing the 200 to 210 BPM stuff that you see with songs like the Elder God songs, or stuff like Friend Fiend. But yeah, I think that right now Eggplant is probably in the driver's seat to move on. But there certainly is a lot of play here in this pool because the 20 to 22 bracket just has such a diverse range of step charts that can be pulled. You can have stuff like Nisance S20, which just tests your ability to do jackhammer jumps, or Guitarman S20, which is just raw drill foot speed. You can have stuff like 86, that's very gimmicky, bracket tech heavy. There's just so many different options. And this card draw pool could be pretty normal and pretty standard and have a lot of charts like Friend Fiend, like Kokugen Cairo Labyrinth that we saw in the last poll, or we could end up with a more Galaxy Collapse oriented pool that has a lot of really weird, really challenging charts, and we could see the players tested in stuff that is not particularly common, not particularly comfortable for them.
Seeing these pads tested too. These are brand new pads, and guess we have our first pad check today.
It requires a little bit of work when you get these fresh pads to get them into like playing fitness, unfortunately.
Yeah, but this isn't even a matter of like sensitivity. Like I saw Vincent go down and have to raise when the pad legs.
And that's not ideal. Hopefully they can get these worked out fairly quickly. I noticed that we are calling Vincent a terrorist negotiator still. Are the terrorists the pads at this point in time?
No, they're still the players.
The players are still the terrorists?
The pads are the victims.
The pads are the victims. I don't know about that. This sounds like a little problematic to me to blame the pads here. The pads
Can't see it on the camera, but Eric has brought out the level.
They are hard at work. Thank you so much to Eric and Emmy and all the other people here who are helping to make sure that things are running good this weekend. The hardware has overall been a huge success, I would say. I haven't heard any issues until now with the Pump It Up machines. I haven't heard about anything going too bad with the SMX or the DDR or the ITG. No one's said, oh, the tournament's held up because of any hardware difficulties anywhere.
Oh, you say that, but Stepmaniac stopped using the arcade impact pad because it was dropping frames.
Oh, well.
I played afterwards, after the tournament, and the chart started. I'm like, that thing just dropped a frame on me?
Okay, well, I did not know that, and that is unfortunate. But I would also say that like a frame drop thing is not something where it's like, oh, they were not being diligent in bringing the machine. The machines are well maintained, like whatever. I think that like the pump pads have worked well, etc. That's a whole different beast.
Those
entirely.
old like first batch of like Stepmaniac has moved on to like a new system, and those old Android boxes are just creaky and old.
Well,
bad, 720p, and a completely different offset from the new ones.
hopefully, as the newer models of cabs proliferate, we'll see less of that kind of thing at tournaments. Overall, though, the event has been very, very good. It's been a constant stream of people back there. You can see on the Dance Rush Stardom cab in the back right, people there all weekend. People playing Groove Coaster. People have been on U-Beat, Chunatham, Sound Voltex, Waka, pretty much constantly all throughout the day. Presumably all throughout the night, certainly as late as I've been here, 1 a.m. or so. The game room is 24/7. I cannot recommend coming to Storm enough. It's an event that has a deep history here in the rhythm game community, not only in Florida, but all for the East Coast. And, throughout America, we've had a lot of people who have come in from the West Coast historically, people from the Midwest, Northeast, but especially the Florida community has really shown up for this event every year. Just here alone in this top 7 bracket, or top 12, top 16 bracket we have, whatever, top 14, you see there are 4 Florida players out of 7. And then we also would have had a former Florida player had we had 8 people. For the next stage of the tournament, we're going to have another former Florida player. In the previous round, I think we had 2 or 3 Florida players. So Florida, has a pretty big, robust pump community all throughout the state. And it's a really fun event to come out and see and meet everyone that likes to play these games. The DDR event here is huge. I would say this is one of the most competitive DDR and ITG fields, like consistently year to year. So if you have never been out to Storm for dance games, even if you don't want to compete, it's a really fun event to attend. And next year it will be in Orlando, presumably, which represents, I think, for most people, a pretty big upgrade. I know some people like being here in Daytona. They like having access to the beach and all that. But I think that most people prefer the ease of access of Orlando, the variety of stuff to do that isn't the beach or the tournament. You can come into Orlando and make a Disney trip for your family or your friends, or Universal. You can just do so much. So while Daytona has, there's a special place in my heart for Daytona. I've been coming here for this event for 10 years now or something, but I am happy to see the return of this to Orlando.
It had to happen. Like, every year we've been in Daytona, there's like at least 5 people on Twitter saying, yo, I got called a racial slur that no one has uttered for 30 years now.
Which, yeah, that sounds about right. I have fortunately not been the subject of that, because people probably can't tell that I'm also a minority, but the overall atmosphere of Daytona is just kind of depressing in a lot of ways, which sucks, because historically Daytona was probably one of the cooler places to go on vacation in America, and there's still a lot of charm here in a weird way, but it's certainly not the most pleasant place to be. And Orlando will represent a huge upgrade. I'm sure a lot of people who have not come to the event the last few years will probably be more excited about considering attending next year when it's in Orlando. And I personally, for convenience sake, am definitely happy about that. But again, please, if you are thinking about coming to a rhythm game event that you've never been to before, I highly recommend that you consider Storm. It's attached to one of the biggest fighting game majors in the world, with tons of really, really high-level fighting game action going on all throughout the weekend. And great game rooms, great level of play, very, very friendly bunch of people running the event. And yeah, it looks like the card draw is being done.
Vincent! Vincent! Give me the card draw!
There we go. Okay, now we have the card draw. Okay, Enoch has yelled enough times at Vincent. Vincent has finally heard. Okay, so first chart I see here End of the World
What
S20.
the hell, man?
The end of the okay, so Neo Catharsis getting banned is not surprising. It's a gimmick chart. Someone doesn't know it, doesn't want to play it, whatever. The End of the World featuring Schizo is a center panel only, like center panel hold chart in the vein of Join the Party for all of us old heads. And it's worth noting that Dr. Murlock's 4-month-old child already has a C on the song, so a budding prodigy at the game. I don't think Murloc has his kid here to help out, though, and so I suspect that someone will be banning that chart. It won't be Murloc. Murloc is, I assure you, very confident on his ability to score on that chart, but someone will ban it. Let's see, what else? Clematis Rhapsodia is a pretty easy 22 as those things go. It's a very bracket-heavy chart. It's a high BPM, but it doesn't have a lot of high BPM stream to it. Primetime is a very interesting and strange remix. I'm not super familiar with the S21 chart, but it mashes up a lot of different songs, and I can imagine someone saying, well, I'm not really that familiar. I don't remember what this remix is. I don't remember what it does. I'll ban it. Final Edition Episode 1 is one of the oddballs here. I'm noticing that there's actually just a lot of Banya in this pool. There are 4 different Banya songs, which means that people who would probably otherwise be in a hurry to ban out a Banya song will not have that opportunity. Of all of the Banya songs to get banned, Hypnosis Synthwolf Mix is probably the one that I would have least expected to get banned. It is a pretty straightforward chart. I believe they've reintroduced the gimmicks. It has some really, really, really strange patterns and stuff in it, but it's, in a weird way, one of the least insane charts in this draw. Monolith S21 is just a pure stamina foot speed stream chart, lots of 196 runs. Love is a Danger Zone Part 2 is a classic, the boss song from Pump It Up Zero. It's got a lot of broken M runs and weird turny stuff and freeze taps, and John is very sad, I think, that the End of the World got banned, which is understandable because that was his song. Okay. What's remaining? Oh, Witch Doctor. If I'm remembering correctly, that Witch Doctor chart is very, very drill oriented, very, very, very high stamina requirement chart. I'm guessing that that's the kind of thing that Murloc wants to play, something that has a lot of ability for like efficiency of movement to preserve your score. So yep, Love is a Danger Zone 2 banned out, which not too surprising. Of the remaining charts, I suspect that FA Episode 1 and Witch Doctor will get banned, leaving us with Monolith, Primetime, and Clematis.
You say that, but I don't know if anyone here actually wants to do 3 minutes of Primetime.
That is true, but the other charts are just way more objectionable. Witch Doctor goes out, as I suspected it would. I think that the last chart that's going to get banned here is Final Edition Episode 1, which is a bummer because it's a really cool chart, but I'm being handed the medals by Steven. If I had a camera, I would show you the medals, but I can't. So they'll just have to exist in your brain. And there we go. Final Edition Episode 1 banned. I perfectly predicted the bans from this group, which I don't think was too much of a struggle.
But that does mean everyone has to sit through Primetime.
Primetime isn't that bad, though. As remixes go, Primetime is neither... I don't think it's like anywhere near the longest remix. And musically, it's actually kind of cool. It's got a lot of interesting songs in it. It's got like a Cluiois. It's got...
It's not the
Asite de la
longest,
Rue.
it's still like 3.5 minutes.
I mean, yeah, that's... You just kind of have to expect that at a tournament like this. And hey, to be fair, if it was Altail or Destroyer, it would be almost as long and it wouldn't even be a remix. So, yeah, I think that this was a fairly predictable card draw. Maybe I could have imagined Hypnosis Synthwolf Mix getting through instead, but a lot of people are just gonna, without even thinking about it, ban anything Banya, because they know that if the song is a Banya song, it is at the newest, at the most recent, it is from Fiesta 2, which for those of us who are old, feels like it's not that old of a mix, but it was 12 years ago, and the style of chart that is made has changed dramatically, and people are rightfully uncertain about what the charts will have going on in them, and they just don't want to deal with that uncertainty when they're playing for, you know, top 8 of a big tournament like this. The depressing thing for those of us who are old is that in a card draw where half of the songs were Banya, we did not end up with a single Banya song, which is more than a little bit of a bummer. But it's fine. We, the Banya army, will push on, push forth, and hope that perhaps we get a BD24 appearance or something of that level in either top 8 or top 4.
The Zoomers are not all right.
No, they are not. But it's fine. You know, it's the blame partially falls on us old folks for exactly. Phil gets it, which is a shame. Phil, you seem like you would be a Banya enjoyer to me personally. I can imagine that you probably hated Banya when you first started playing Pump, and now Banya is your favorite. That's kind of the impression that I get from you as a human being. Okay, that's the only one you're not allowed to like. You and Paul can go off in your corner.
Difficulty zone single. Level 11. Level 12. Level 17. Level 19. Level 20. Level 20. Level 22. Level 18.
So as we get ready here for the redemption bracket, said going in that my favorite for this segment of the tournament was probably going to be Eggplant. She had the best scores in the last one. I think that looking at this card draw, it might not be stuff that is in her best skill sets. I don't really know how much she enjoys playing stuff like Monolith and how like much of a foot speed oriented player she is. I think she's much more of a technical, like twist heavy kind of player. And 196, while far from the fastest thing that you see in this game, it certainly can be overwhelming to do really long 196 runs. So this is a song where I can see a player like Murloc or Rinker or Marco taking the score from her, and if she struggles with it enough, even if she performs really well on Primetime and Clematis, it might not be enough. So I don't know personally how much experience she has with this chart. I've never talked to her about it or anything like that. But if she does struggle on Monolith, and obviously this holds for any of the players, but because she's, I think, the favorite right now, it's important that she get herself into the mindset of playing fast and playing some more stamina heavy charts to get ready without at the same time exhausting herself before it's time for her to play. So I would imagine that this is the kind of chart that Murloc is pretty comfy on. Clematis is also probably a chart that he probably likes. I don't know Primetime well enough again. I think that it's probably pretty good for him, but I can imagine there being some stumbling points. For Puppets and Lucas, I definitely do not think I've seen either of them really play any of these charts all that much in my personal experience. Although I think that Puppets is a big fan of Clematis Rhapsodia's doubles chart, so he's probably pretty familiar with the song, and I think that might help him out a lot. We'll see. Eggplant is warming up with Imperium here, which is one of my favorite songs in this game, if not my favorite. I would say out of the Phoenix songs. What about you, Enoch? What is your favorite Phoenix song so far?
Gotta be real. That's why I haven't been going on the mic so much. I've actually been paying attention to
Talk into it a little more. I can't hear you.
I'm gonna be real. The reason why I haven't been going up to this mic as much is because I haven't really been paying that much attention to Phoenix.
Okay. Well, then Devoid, do you know the music at least, even like separate from the charts? Like, are you at least...
In terms of like the stuff that they're licensing out, I'm familiar with most of it.
Okay. But the officials you're not as aware of?
No, not really.
Okay.
I see, obviously when Fifth decides to make a Soulflan chart out of, what was the new
Chaos again?
Yeah. You know,
that you're aware
pay
of.
attention.
Right. I think Imperium is a fantastic song. It's basically like a sequel to Imprinting by Sakujo. It's really, really nice. Got really nice violin and stuff. I think that the licensed stuff has been really cool. A lot of the BMS charts songs have made for really good additions, both musically and step chart wise. Yo, what's up?
Your commentary is really good. I was listening to it on the way here.
Josh, if you want to join me, you can. If you think that you can do it, you can help out for topping top or even top 12 right now. Obviously, if you
Probably not, because I'm going to be like your favorite player. Like, I do like commentary, but...
okay, yeah. If you did want to, you're more than
Game over.
So, I believe the players are finally done getting warmed up. I say finally. I guess it's just because I'm sitting here looking at my phone, thinking about food. I'm hungry, and I don't think we have any lunch breaks planned today. We're trying to get this stuff done with. So I think I'm just gonna starve to death back here.
I gotta get someone to get me some staff lunches, man.
Huh?
I gotta get someone to give me some staff lunches.
Did you say spam witches?
Staff lunches.
Oh, you said staff lunches. I thought you said spam witches because I was thinking about at MomoCon when y'all had all that spam, and I was about to have a panic attack that you were going to start eating spam next to me.
Now, unfortunately for me, I had my last spam musubi yesterday.
Thank God. Keep them away from me. Keep that. Keep that.
Man.
Well, first of all, I'm pescatarian, so it's not that but more broadly speaking, I never grew up eating spam, and so to me, it's just this weird amalgamation of meat in a horrifying configuration. But here we go, Murloc, puppets, eggplant, all getting ready to go here on Monolith S21. A very, very, very interesting chart for these people to be playing for. Apparently, the first time. I see Puppets has no score on it. I see Eggplant has no score on it. Rinker isn't even carded in. Presumably, out of all of these players, Rinker is probably the most familiar with Monolith as a song, if not the step chart. He's been playing it probably for 19 years of his life. Well, he probably hasn't played in a while, but he's been hearing it for 19 years. So here we go. I'm very excited to watch this. I think Murloc is going to pull this one out of these four, but I could easily see Rinker doing it.
You ever think about how ITG is just 20 years old now?
Yes. The passage of time is brutal. I noticed that Puppets is keeping going with the soccer balls, which is truly wild. All three of the non-Puppets players are maintaining combo through these side twists. But here we go into these longer streams, some side pivoting, some triples, but just a lot of notes. Just the raw note density of this chart is very, very high. Both players on the second machine are still maintaining full combos. Oh, and as I say that, Rinker drops. And so here we have it. Eggplant, who I doubted is perhaps proving me wrong in her ability to hit these 196 16ths with ease. Right now, she is on pace for a very, very, very good score. I think all four players are generally keeping their perfect counts pretty high and their miscounts pretty low. So we're probably going to see a lot of good scores here, but this last run will really determine it. Ooh, and just when I was starting to think that Eggplant might get the full combo, not only does she break, but she has a few more combo breaks at the end of the run. I don't know if it'll be enough to cost her the top spot on this song, but it might be. Murloc was really strong closing it out, it looked like. Rinker also had a very consistent run. I think Eggplant's still going to be the winner, but it's going to be close. Yeah, wow. Okay, so Eggplant with a 982K, a very, very impressive first score on the song. 974.8 for Rinker, also good. 955 for Puppets, 971 for Murloc. So Rinker with the second place finish in this batch of players. Very, very, very solid run. Incredibly impressive run for Eggplant. I'm actually curious. I'm gonna look up how that song, how she places relatively to the rest of the world on that song, because that was a very good score. Let's see. So the 100th best score in the world on that song is a 992K. So coming close to a triple S, getting a high double S for a first play in a tournament like this. Very, very, very impressive score. She will definitely be satisfied with that. And I think that given my feelings going into this set about Eggplant's likelihood of moving on, that score has, in my mind, almost certainly cemented her for that spot. I think that it will be very, very tough for Rinker or Murloc to pass her on either of these next two charts, given how strong she's playing. And I don't know. It seemed like she just, has been maybe practicing a lot, very consistent, and all of her scores so far have been quite impressive. Yes, Dylan is in fact BMing with the soccer balls. Unfortunately, what Dylan has seemingly forgotten is that if you want to BM, you have to be winning. BMing works better when you're in first. Dylan should have waited to flex on Lucas with the soccer balls, personally. If Dylan were playing next to Lucas and flexing on him with the soccer balls and beating him in score, that would be a world historic moment in the Florida dance game community. But as it stands, he's flexing on Murloc, who is a sweet boy who would never do anything wrong. So anyway, Corey, you were loved and missed. You should have come here, you damn bozo. Daytona Beach is not the same without you. And we are underway. Prime time, a very, very, very interesting remix. I believe it was actually made during XX to highlight songs from the Prime series. And it's got quite a few different things going on, chart-wise, musically. Excited to see how this one plays out. She drops a 5-note freeze that I think may have been a gimmick. And that sucks. That's a real bummer because that's a strange chart knowledge check. But I think Eggplant's probably still in the lead. She and Murloc both basically kept combo all through the beginning of the chart. So I think she's probably still in a good position. Has to make sure to... oh, you see Dylan pulling out the spins here. Truly, truly BMing Lionel Messi in his finest form. We are about to transition into the screens. Ah, did he? I didn't see that. Thank you for catching that. It's very difficult for me to watch all 4 screens at once. Meanwhile, Rinker has quietly just assembled a massive combo here. He is not struggling at all with the Sight de la Rue portion of the song. And he may have snuck into the lead here on this individual chart. And he did have the second best monolith performance. So if he were to take this chart, it would create a very interesting situation for the 2 players in the lead going into the 3rd chart. Here we have the long Akluiois run that more or less finishes out the chart. It's a pretty straightforward, fast stream, and Rinker is handling it more or less with ease. He gets 1 combo break, but he's still been much cleaner than the other players here. It's tough to imagine that he did not take this one down. And that will definitely create some intrigue here for Clematis. I'm very impressed. For a guy that does not play this game, Rinker showing off wow. 21 perfect advantage over Eggplant and a 993k, a dominant performance. Beating Eggplant's score there by 8,000. Oh, you are putting in someone's scores wrong. This is Rinker, not combo scoring. So, interestingly, the tiebreakers. So Rinker and Eggplant are currently tied. Each one has taken one song from the other. Rinker is ahead on tiebreakers, but that's not very likely to play a role here because one of them will decisively probably beat the other one on this song. I doubt that they will tie exactly in score. But yeah. Oh, how many pump tournaments is he allowed? Oh, it's not that he is just as a matter of fact not a pump player. He told me this himself before the game started. He was like, yeah, I only play the game for tournaments. But he's just so unbelievably talented at rhythm games that it doesn't matter. He can just not play a game and be better than most of us who try really hard. And I say that, but that's not to demean any of us who are not as talented as he is, or to diminish the work that he has put in over the years, the thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of hours of playing these games and building such a solid fundamental core skill set that he can just transition between games seamlessly, that he can take long breaks. It's really, 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 really impressive. And I really don't know what we're going to see here. If he were to take this song off of Eggplant and put all the pressure on Marco and them to try to take his spot away, that'd be a huge win. If he were to make his way into top 8 of this very, very, very pump player heavy tournament, it would be incredibly impressive. Here we go. Thank you. So far, Eggplant has been really, really impressive. Clean on those toe-in lower brackets. Rinker has also been pretty clean on those, but he got one miss during a small foot speed section, so he's a little bit behind her, but not so much that it can't be overcome. An incredible battle all the way up until the very, very last M-run section. It seemed like Eggplant was a lock to take the win, but Rinker hit the M-runs a little better, hit some of those triple brackets better, and ekes out the win by only 2,000 points. A minuscule margin of victory. If we were using double X or old modes of pump scoring, it's quite likely that Eggplant would have taken that one down. But right now, going in to these last two players, Lucas and Marco, it is Rinker who will be advancing into the top 8 of DDR Storm 2024 Pump It Up Phoenix Division. Now, that being said, I want to take a look real quickly at the scores once they've been put into the table here, because I may be discounting the possibility that Eggplant could slide back into first place in the pool with a little bit of sabotage from Lucas and Marco. At the moment, Eggplant lost 2 songs to Rinker, but one was by a tiny margin. The other was by a pretty big margin. But she currently sits with 19 points and Rinker has 20. However, if her position as the second place finisher on both Primetime and Clematis Rhapsodia were to be preserved, and then Lucas and Marco were to both crush it on Monolith here, they could both knock down Rinker while not unseating Eggplant, and that would cost Rinker enough points that Eggplant could still win. So Marco and Lucas, their first song here, even if they do not perform so well that they are able to unseat Rinker or Eggplant themselves personally, their first song here, this play on Monolith, could be tournament deciding for players that are done, that have wrapped up their sets. And I personally really like this about the waterfall format. I think that some people take issue with it. They don't like the idea that you could be knocked down in a tournament through anything other than your own play, in quotation marks. But I do think that, you know, if Rinker had gotten a 985 on Monolith, it would be over. You wouldn't have to worry anymore about Eggplant. So there's absolutely an element here where if you don't play at the tippy top across all 3 songs of your pool, you can always get your spot sniped out from under you. Not even by someone who plays better than you after you, but someone who played before you or at the same time as you, who happened to dominate more on one song than you did on any of the songs that you won. I really like that, and I think that that adds a lot of excitement here. Even if Lucas and Marco do not advance here, they have the chance to change the shape of the tournament, which is really, really cool. As we just saw, it's a pretty tough but nowhere near impossible pool of songs. All 4 players, you know, managed pretty solid scores. Puppets, I think, struggled the most. I would guess that he is not super familiar. He's much more of a doubles player, and I would guess that he's not as familiar with some of the inward bracketing sections that charts like Clematis and Primetime had. Still a very good run for him here in the tournament, and I'm always happy to watch him play, even if I hate the soccer ball node skin a whole lot. We're getting Marco and Lucas ready to start playing here. I think they're going to get warm in a sec. I imagine that they'll be using the second machine since that's the one that was not having the pad issues, but
they were warming up on the LX.
Interesting.
I'm going to make them play on the TX because that's the only one I have audio from.
Oh, that makes sense. It looks like Lucas is working, or Vincent is working on the camera. Lucas is being Lucas. Oh.
Difficulty zone series zone. NX to NX, Fiesta to Fiesta 2.
Vincent, get Jordan. Go get Jordan. Jordan, yeah, tell him to look at his phone. Tell him to look at Discord.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Ooh. The headphones are in even better now. Now I can really hear my voice. It's very clear. Yeah, no problem. By the way, if I'm like talking too loud and peeking the mic or anything, please say something in the chat. Hello, Skylar. I hope you're doing well. Are y'all driving back to Georgia now? Anyways, we are about to get started here. You'll notice immediately that Marco has a saved score of a 985k here on Monolith, which would, I think, be the highest score from any player in this pool if you were to match his performance. And while that's certainly not the easiest thing to do, it's not impossible. We've seen some really, really, really great tournament performances over the last couple of years, and even the last few months, from some really great players, especially at TBD. So here we go. This is the sort of chart that Lucas is also very strong at, even though he didn't card in. I don't know what his score is. He's very good at side pivots. He's very good at fast, long strains. So, Marco breaks combo. Lucas does not. Right now, Lucas is crushing it on those side triplet pivots. Very, very, very good run going for him. He plays at such a unbelievably fast scroll speed. It's so hard for me to follow, but very, very impressive stuff.
I'm gonna have to ask Marco to give back his name. I'm not seeing the combos.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's an admission of his own flaws, but Lucas is just crushing it. Lucas has he gets a bad, but that is far, far, far from the end of his run here. He could have very easily taken a couple more bads, but he still could take first on this song, I feel like. Some goods, some bads. I'm still not seeing enough non-perfect judgments. I feel like it's very possible that Lucas may have taken first on the song, and if not, he may have unseated Eggplant, which would be really crazy. Well, there we have it, a 983-159. He does knock down Eggplant here. And in so doing, actually, I believe that still preserves the hierarchy. I believe that what needed to happen there was that he needed to do worse than Eggplant and better than Rinker. And Marco just barely did worse than Rinker. And so that will shift Eggplant and Rinker both down 1 point apiece. But it means that neither player has the opportunity here to disrupt Rinker's first place seeding unless they themselves win entirely. And right now, that would require two very, 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 very good performances. So, man, that was crazy. If Lucas had just gotten like 1,000, 15, 2,000 points fewer, we would have a lot of intrigue going into these last couple songs, and we still do, because if Lucas himself just rips, he could very easily find himself in top 8. But as things currently stand, Eggplant's tournament hopes are dead, and Rinker looks like the favorite to move on, which is just nuts. As well as she played, she is out, I think. Still, great job for her. Great performance overall. Very impressive scores on all of the charts today. And yeah, looking forward to seeing if Lucas can take primetime seriously enough here to keep his dog in the fight. Stumbles a bit there with an early miss on a triple, but Marco is still holding it down. We saw last time that the non-Rinker players really struggled in the A Sight de la Rue portion of the song. Let's see if these guys can do that difficult section well. to get a little bit of a rest here. Some simple side freezes, but building ever so slowly towards that very tough Asite de la Rue portion. It's very tough in all versions of this song's charts. These cute little gimmicks. Here it is. Doing these repetitive triplets and 5-panel patterns is just very tough, and it's tough to keep rhythm through these gallops and these freeze taps. All these little tiny things, they add up to make for a quite tough chart. It's not very fast, it's not super technical or turny or crazy, but the rhythms are very, very strange. And for a Pump It Up player, strange rhythms are anathema, because most of us are used to pretty straightforward rhythms and difficult patterns, and this chart throws the opposite at you. Both players have pretty good runs going right now, but I don't think either is threatening Rinker's extraordinarily good run on this song. But this last run could change things very easily. Good performances out of both, but I don't think we're gonna see a number high enough to take Rinker's spot. That's for sure. Wow. Yeah, no. As impressive as the 976 from Marco is, as impressive as Rinker's or as Marco's 976 is, it is not even enough, I don't think, to get him into the top 3 on that song. And Lucas's sub 950 score, after taking first place on Gargoyle or on Monolith, it's quite possible he was in second to last on Primetime. He was. So Lucas, after starting to throw some broth in the kettle, has stumbled mightily on Primetime and knocked himself back into a very tough position. However, if by some strange set of events Lucas were to have the highest score on Clematis Rhapsodia and Marco were to have the second highest score on Clematis Rhapsodia, Lucas would still lose on tiebreakers by like 1,000 points or so, but it would at least add some intrigue and some spice. As it currently stands, though, it is impossible for anyone other than Rinker to move on to the next round. So these two will be playing for the pride of who can claim to be the better Clematis Rhapsodia player from the state of Florida in the DDR Storm 2024 bracket at the exact time that they play it in the bracket and never else. Because, you know. For some perspective of just how well some of our players from that last heat played, Eggplant, Rinker, and Murloc also, they all got 970Ks or higher. And Marco, who is a very, very, very serious, talented player, only has a 973.6 as his personal best. This chart is pretty easy to clear as S22s go, but pretty tough to execute well. And Marco's best score does not match the tournament performances of Eggplant or Rinker, who both just, you know, killed this song. Here we go. Last track of Wave 5 before we move on to the top 8 of this tournament, which is also, I believe, where doubles starts. So that That adds a lot of intrigue, even though I personally do not know nearly enough about doubles to be a perfect commentary guy. Marco right now cooking up an excellent run, some goods on some of the foot speed sections, but otherwise has a full combo going, has mostly been very clean on these brackets, hitting these crossovers. Ooh, Marco very clean on the foot speed up until the M runs. Struggling a bit with these ending triple brackets like the other players did in the previous pool. All three of them, Marco, Rinker, and Eggplant, all had really, really great runs going into the ending. Stumbled a bit. Marco with a 973, nearly matching his own PR and slotting in ahead of Murloc, but still behind Eggplant, behind Rinker. And there you have it. We have the not pump it up player, Rinker, advancing to the top 8 as though he were. And very, 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 very solid play from all 7 players here in this this wave 5. Very exciting matches, very exciting songs, and I'm excited to see what we get here in the top 8. This is where the song picks kind of are going to get into the range, maybe of stuff I'm not as comfortable with, but that's fine. I'm excited to see some new things maybe, and I'm always excited to watch these guys rip on crazy doubles charts. So we are about to be joined by one of the most beloved, popular community members. Certainly had a sizable cadre of fans cheering for him in all of his events this weekend. None other than Jay Henny in the Cup, Jordan himself, the man, the myth, the legend, Florida and Georgia's finest. I'm very excited. I've never done commentary with him before, but he has a strong enthusiasm for the game, deep passion for all things dance game. And yeah, I'm excited. We're getting some of the new players into the pool, getting their warm-ups started. We got on the TX cab or the CX cab or whatever the hell that cab is called. We got Red Viper Rick, former World Pump Fest competitor in both speed and freestyle. Probably the only person to ever have that claim. Bird, fine player from Texas who may or may not have had some stomach problems yesterday, but seems to be recovered today. He is an excellent goofball with a lot of energy. We've got on the other side 2 of the favorites for this whole dang tournament. 2 legends of the game here in America. Matt Miller, of course, Ohio's finest. The weirdest of the weird, the master of the bad dad joke, the pun god himself. They are doing the card draw as they are getting warm. The card draw has already happened. The card draw is very strange looking. Why does the card draw look like that? Why he look like that? And then, of course, playing alongside Matt right now, we got Kaze, Hudson, the only man in this tournament, I believe, who has a step chart in the game that might get played in the tournament that he made himself. If we see Ignis Fatchus S22 by some weird chance, then the man will get to play his own content in the game. That would be kind of neat. But Hudson has always been a serious threat at every dance game tournament he's gone to. And unlike in some of the past years, he has really been taking the game seriously in a way that he hadn't for a long time. For a long time, he was kind of half-assing his dance game approach, it felt like, and he's such a talented player that he was still able to compete on a national and even world level. But now, in the last year and a half, he's started taking Phoenix very, very seriously at home, gotten a lot of very impressive scores on D23s, D24s. He's been working his way through in Perfect Gaming, a lot of the lowers, folders. He's just an all-around incredibly solid player. He knows how to do the weirdest, goofiest stuff just as well as anyone. The kinds of things he struggles on are definitely weaknesses that other players in this bracket will know about and will try to capitalize upon, but you should never ever doubt Hudson. The more you doubt Hudson, the more likely he is to exceed your expectations. So very excited to see how all of this plays out. And warming up here, I think they're warming up with Le Grand Rouge and then Crush on the other side for Rick and Bird. Whew. All right. Not exactly the comfiest back here, but you know, you make do. I'll try and move over to the left so you're liking. Hooray. Okay, you can take this mic. I'll take the other one. Do you want the mic stand? Do you want the mic stand? All right, Jordan, you don't really need to introduce yourself. I think pretty much everyone already knows who you are, but you can introduce yourself anyway once you got your headphones in. So, what is this card draw that we're seeing here? That's like half displayed on the bottom. Enoch doesn't know what the card draw is either. They're supposed to go over your ear. It's very weird though. I don't really know how to do it. Yeah, like you like move it. That or something. I'll let you get the last little bit, but did it even reach you? Maybe we should split. Maybe you're better. They're about the same length. I think we're just kind of shit out of luck. Or maybe I'll scoot out. Hopefully. Maybe. Sorry. Yeah, they're really fucking weird. I don't know how we did this yesterday. How did we do this yesterday? How did we do this with Jason? You like to barely get. That looks very uncomfortable. I wish there was a way that we could make this more comfortable for you. Here, maybe I'll just get. There's a little more.
New
Here,
tune.
I'll just hold this, that way you have a little bit more room at least. Alrighty, so we have a really big card draw, and I don't know what the hell I'm looking at. I think that they might be doing the thing where they drew multiple card draws, and then they veto one of the card draws, and then they veto the songs.
That would make sense.
I think that's what they're doing for top 4, so that's probably what they're doing here. But I still don't know exactly what we're looking at. Are these two different card draws? Is this one final card draw where they're all vetoing two? I don't really know. It's very confusing.
And notice it's all doubles.
Yes. Which I don't know if that was something that all the players had agreed that they would do beforehand or not, but it is in fact all doubles charts, ranging from 22s to 24s. And in there I see some really, really, really goofy charts. I see some pretty normal, straightforward charts. I see nothing that is like brutally difficult. Like of the I guess Robot Battle
I
is
was
pretty
gonna
bad.
say Robot Battle D24 is kind of rough.
Yeah, Robot Battle and Final Edition 2-2 are both pretty brutal, but they're not the worst D24s, certainly. Like, there are definitely harder D24s that could have gotten pulled in here, and Pump Me Amadeus, which I think was banned, is one of the easier D24s. Travel the Future, I think, was a D24 that got downrated and is a pretty tough D23, very turny, very technical. Repentance is a weird D23, certainly.
Yeah, I feel like all of Repentance's charts are very weird.
Yeah. It's just the nature of like the BPM of the chart of the song, right? It's just goofy. But I think Repentance, if I remember correctly, is the song that also has like a D26 that's crazy. It kind of just looks like a pop-in music chart.
Yeah.
So that one's probably like a pretty reasonable like brackety chart. Pupa D23 is a half doubles chart, which is pretty cool. Shub is a really obviously high foot speed chart. I think it might also be half doubles if I'm not mistaken. We're seeing bands coming in slowly. I can't tell
So
who's
it
banning
does
what.
look like it's sets.
They're banning
'cause-
sets. Oh, so they're just gonna pick one entire set of 3 songs.
Yep.
That makes sense. Okay, so then obviously someone just wants to ban out the D24s. Probably like that's probably what's happening, right? It's like each of these sets so far has had a D24 in it that was banned. I think. I
I
think.
feel like the one with Gargoyle is gonna stay. I don't know how, but Gargoyle always seems to make its way every tournament.
I hope to God you're wrong, because I hate Gargoyle and I'm so sick of hearing it. But you're probably right.
I mean, it's a banger. One Gargoyle a day keeps you right.
You and Matt Miller can, and I guess also Marco. Marco's a huge Gargoyle fiend. I think that Distrucimate is a former 24 that got downrated to a 23, so it's a pretty tough one. Faster Z is also quite tough. I'm not sure about Janus. Janus is probably like a pretty lower end D22 if I remember. It's been a while since I played it, but I'm pretty sure it didn't give me too hard of a time. That pool is probably of the remaining ones. Probably the second hardest. The easiest one is going to be the Takeout Pupa Cosmic Railroad pool.
Yeah.
Pupa is not that bad as half doubles charts go. Takeout is really rough. It's very tiring, but I think that for these players, it should be pretty okay. And then this one with Repentance, Gargoyle, and Travel to Future, you have a downrated D24 and 2 like easy to hard D23s. I think
Yeah.
that's the hardest of the pools that's left. I don't know. I wonder what each of the players like philosophies on the bans here is. Like I wonder, like, you know, Rinker doesn't know these charts probably. So I'm guessing that he probably just was like, I'm just gonna ban whatever the hell has a song that I'm not familiar with.
That's
But, like,
true. Rinker, I mean, he doesn't play much pump, but he is better at doubles than he is singles. Because he likes doubles more. But he'll probably know some of the OG doubles. Probably like, I mean, unfortunately there's only one in each draw, like Takeout, Faster Z, Gargoyle. So he will probably be sight reading at least 2 charts, 1 to 2 charts.
Yep. But the person that joined on comms is Jordan J Henny in the cup. I think is your Twitter.
Yes, sir.
Atlanta / now North Florida player. Plays all the games. Was in our tournament yesterday, and is here, getting ready to watch some good ass pump it up doubles.
Yeah,
I really want to know who in this tournament has researched the other players the most, because I think that's like I saw earlier Murloc was looking up his scores and like comparing using his website to like look at all the data to see like, oh, what is everyone else good at. I wonder if any of these players are approaching this tournament as like, okay, I want to at least outperform X, Y, or Z player, and thus I need to know what are the doubles charts that I can never beat them on. We see the Takeout Pupa set has been banned,
Okay.
and the
so
Janus
easiest one-
Distrucimate. So we are left with, as you predicted,
the Gargoyle
we are-
card draw. Makes its
Gargoyle
way
here to haunt me once more. This is going to be a really okay. So Gargoyle has the slowdowns, and some players struggle with them, and other players it's a total non-factor.
So the people I'm going to assume, like Gargoyle, is probably Matt, Red Viper. I think mainly those two. I'm not.
Logically, Hudson would also be fine with it. The slowdowns and stuff are certainly not going to trip him up, but one of his stumbling points tends to be like stamina-oriented stuff still, and certainly Gargoyle is not the most stamina-demanding D23 by any means, but it is. I mean, that's its core difficulty, right? It's just doing long stream for a long time.
Yep.
And I always wonder with Hudson if he will have the energy to get through a long streamy chart like that. I think that Travel to Future probably favors a player like Hudson, where it's a very, very technical, very turny chart. But I also think that that's another thing that Matt is just super duper good at. I think Rick is also generally good at those. I don't know what Jason's feeling in terms of the tournament, but I could see Jason being good at Repentance.
Yeah.
Let's see. Oh, Kenny. Kenny is Kenny. I never know with him. He'll just randomly pull some shit out of his ass. It's like the most incredible score you've ever seen.
Man, Kenny is such a, like, I feel like he's a dark horse. Like, he's really, really good, and I feel like a lot of people maybe don't know about him yet.
I think that after TBD, people are probably more aware of who he is as a player.
Yeah, he had a very good performance at the big deal.
Yeah, he's awesome kid. He's my son for a reason. But he's got an incredible game sense in basically every way that you would want to. He struggles a bit with higher level singles, so I'm sure that he's happy that this is a doubles oriented pool. But he has a really, really, really high innate sense of rhythm. He's a musician, and he's just very good at tricky rhythms. He can read slow, which is very uncommon for a 21, 22-year-old Pump It Up player these days. Most people just read like AV 895, and Kenny is someone who can actually read slow stuff really well. He's definitely someone who takes like learning stuff very seriously. He's very good at things like Everybody Got to Know and those kinds of like memory heavy gimmicky
very
charts.
good at jank stuff.
Yeah, so he's a very, very solid player. I don't know how much this pool is tailored to his skill set. He's definitely good at Travel to Future, and he will not struggle with any of the slow parts of Gargoyle, I don't think. But I'm not sure how familiar he is with Repentance. He's good at those kinds of charts, but I don't know how much he's played it. And then we're left with Bird. Bird is Bird. He's a very high energy player, very good at flying back and forth, doing teleporty kind of shit. So he's probably pretty good at Travel to Future.
Yeah, he likes flying up and down the pad.
Yeah, he's very, very, very. He's like the total opposite of me. Very like max effort all the time.
Yep.
He's very high.
And I like that type of play style. Just gives off good energy.
Yeah, I'm envious. I'm not nearly able to do that kind of stuff. It's certainly cool. You see Hudson and Matt both warming up with what is a fairly easy but still fast S23. They're getting themselves ready to get moving. It is interesting that we have a card draw here with, I mean, Repentance is fast, but like only in very, very tiny amounts. These are some of the slowest possible songs that you can see at this difficulty range, 150 and 160 BPM.
Yep.
They are much more about consistent note count rather than really, really, really fast sections. There are so many D23s that are songs, you know, the Yogg Sawtoths and Yarlathoteps and stuff of the world that are like 200. And the 23s have a lot of techie charts, but these are two of the charts that are kind of not technical. They're not technical in the way that like what happened is technical or some other brackety chart. They're technical more in that they just have long, weird runs that demand that you keep a consistent form and timing. So I'm curious to see how these players do on them.
Yeah. I mean, I just want to ask, like, what's people's, like, who are they excited to see? Like, who do you guys want to see advance, do good? How about you, Michael? Who are you excited to see?
All right, so obviously, okay, Phil supporting Kenny, which
I like that.
Okay, in my heart, I should probably be cheering for Kenny because he is still local to me, and you know, he's an up-and-coming player, and it's cool to imagine like a young player stunning everyone and upsetting the old guard and winning. So there's a part of me that wants to see Kenny win, of course. Matt is one of my best friends. He's visiting me. He's staying with me in Orlando, visiting from Ohio. And Matt's super good dude. He trains as hard as anyone in the country, if not the world, to be one of the best Pump It Up players in the world. And I know how hard he's worked for this. And so I would love to see Matt win. I didn't even remember that. Where is Tony? Tony, I didn't even realize Tony was in the bracket.
I
haven't
didn't.
seen him.
Me neither.
I completely forgot that Tony. I completely forgot that Tony was here.
Tony is such a naturally like talented dance gamer. He plays all the games and quite possibly gets very close to the top in every game.
He won SMX, I'm pretty sure, yesterday. So he already has one tournament win in the books for the weekend. And Tony's a great guy, really nice. So I'm not as close with Tony as I am with some of the other players. So he's not, like I'm not cheering for him. I'm not rooting against him, obviously, but I'm not cheering for him in the way that I am like Hudson or Matt. Matt is the favorite, I think. And so rooting for the favorite is kind of boring. And as much as it would devastate Matt if he were to lose to Hudson, and as hard as it is to call Hudson an underdog in anything that he enters in, I got to admit I'm kind of rooting for Hudson to win.
I have seen Hudson train for the past couple months, and I'm excited because I think it's been a little bit since he's been in peak form. So to see how hard he's trained for this, I'm actually very excited to see Hudson too. It's not going to be easy by any means. All these players are talented, but I think there's a very good chance for Hudson to upset and capture a lot of people's eyes and hearts.
Yeah, I think that again, calling Hudson the underdog is the worst thing you can possibly do, because the more you sleep on Hudson, the more powerful he becomes.
Yep.
He's like some kind of weird demon that collects negative energy and then turns it into good dance game performances, or Mario Party performances, or Mario Kart performances, or Itadaki Street performances, or anything else.
Gotta keep the win streaks up.
But that being said, I also have a very special place in my heart for my co-commentator from throughout this weekend and at other events, Jason Dredd. If for no other reason than the fact that he's very tall and he understands the pain of being a tall man and playing this game. He's from Kentucky, which I can't imagine there's much to do there other than play Pump It Up at a high level. So there's that. I'm cheering for Jason. My heart is obviously with Hudson and Matt, who are, again, two of my oldest and best friends from this game. But really, Rick is, a legend in this game. I think that he is definitely an underdog in this top 8, not because he's not a great player, but because the other players are just so incredible. He's really grinded up, though, in the last year or so. I think a year ago, he was barely active in the game, and now he's pushing for Expert 5, which is pretty damn crazy.
I feel like also Rick, I don't know, he kind of just came back out of nowhere. I feel like he was on a little bit of a hiatus.
Oh, he was on a huge hiatus. There was a several-year period where Rick was he would show up at events but not really even compete sometimes. And now in the last year and a half, he's been really, really pushing it. I noticed, I saw him posting online something about wanting to do some kind of league or something like that, some kind of online score league for the game.
Yes, I did see those posts.
So he's trying to get more and more involved in the community again, take a more active role. So, we've got a lot of players here who are not only very solid players, but people who are well known in the scene, well known in the community. We got Pandaga supporting Bird, and all of the Texas gamers, I'm sure, coming out for Bird. Arcade UFO gamer. Very funny guy, very, very nice. I'm rooting for him. I definitely want to see him perform to the best of his ability. I think that obviously the biggest dark horse in this pool would have to be Rinker, because unlike everyone else, he doesn't play this game.
Oh my god, he pulled the carpet from everyone's feet that last pool.
That was insane. So I don't know if you heard me. I was talking about it on commentary, but there was actually still a chance that Eggplant could have won if Lucas had done worse than Eggplant on Monolith, and then otherwise everything else had broke the same way. Eggplant might have actually beat Rinker. It literally, she could have won, because the gap between her and Rinker was big enough that if Lucas basically got 2,000 points too many to keep Eggplant in the tournament.
Wow.
Which is crazy.
That is actually insane.
Pretty wild. Yeah, she won one song and lost 2, but the gap between them on the song that she won was the one song where someone actually filled the gap, except they beat her too, and it cost her a point as well. So Rinker sliding in the narrowest way possible into this doubles round, where he now gets to play probably 2 charts that he has never in his life seen. And
That's exciting.
honestly, if I were in his shoes, I would be excited to like 900k those charts, and yet knowing him, he will probably get some absolutely insane score, sight reading some ridiculous D23 that I could barely even clear, if I could even clear.
I was talking to him after the pool, and he said that last year he was not prepared to play more than 1 game, and that's why he gassed out in Pump, but he actually did try. He's been playing a little bit more Pump. He's stamina trained for both games. So he's very well prepped this time. Like, he's in ITG right now, and I'm sure he's going to come to this pool with plenty of energy.
Oh my god, you're right. He is playing ITG right now. Holy crap. That's a gamer right there.
That is a gamer. When you play multiple games, that's respect. Because if you have that stamina and energy to be in top 8 in multiple games, that you've put in the work. Like, that's massive respect.
An interesting thing. So earlier, a friend of mine who doesn't play rhythm games but is here like doing photography for the event, he saw me and he asked me, in this game and at this stage of the tournament, are the players trying to are the players so good that they're just trying to keep down the number of mistakes that they make? I was like, well, yeah, of course, you're always trying to do that, but like when you get to this stage of the tournament, with very limited exception, these things are so hard and so challenging that you're just fighting for your life a lot of the time, right? Like, It is unlikely that we are going to see too many triple S's, let alone triple S pluses here in these last couple stages of the tournament. Even players as good as Matt and Hudson are not going to just on command 995k something like Travel the Future D23. So, he also said, though, okay, well, if they're not trying to minimize mistakes, like, how much of the part of the tournament is just exhaustion and fatigue? And I said, well, it's weird because you're not really playing that much of a given game necessarily, right? Like, right now, Rinker, who has been in a tournament for a while, has still only played, 12 total songs of Pump It Up or 9 total songs of Pump It Up in the entire tournament?
Yep.
For most of us, that's like barely even the start of a session.
Yeah, we're like finally warm.
Right,
after
but when you're playing 3 other games, and now all of a sudden you're playing 36, 45, 54 songs in a day, that's a whole different matter entirely. And as the day gets deeper, you're playing the harder and harder stuff, so it's even more exhausting. So someone like Matt, who really only plays Pump and only cares about Pump, is definitely going to be in a better shape than someone like Rinker is. But the thing is, here in Pump anyway, it's almost all Pump mains, like Pump exclusive players, people who are, I know Hudson basically fell out of the 4-panel games pretty early and has mostly just been focused on 5-panel in this event. Matt has only entered in 5-panel. Rick, I think, has only entered in Pump It Up. So players like Tony and Rinker are definitely at a disadvantage because they've been playing other games.
Well, sometimes you gotta take the pros and cons. Some people like entering other games to stay warm for when they come to the other respectable game that they play. But because people have to deal with hot and cold, it's like, okay, they warm up and then now they have to wait like for other people to play 6 to 9 songs and they're cold again. And most of the time you only get 1 to 2 song warm-ups, which is sometimes not enough. But if you play another game, you just played 6 songs over there, and then all of a sudden you're needed for Pump It Up. It's like, okay, I'm already warm. Let me just get 1 song to adjust to this game, and then you're good to go. But there's a lot of pros and cons, like you said. There's fatigue hitting. Maybe sometimes, even though the hot and cold player, they have their cons, they do have more energy or they are more rested. So it's like it's a double-edged sword with both.
Yeah, I think that you hit it right. Like, in an ideal world for the people that are playing multiple games, Hudson would play us at a DDR and then get off and immediately walk over here and just segue right into playing Pump. But that doesn't happen a lot of the time. A lot of the time things line up weird, and then you're up and you're down, you're up and you're down, and it's very tough. I don't know for someone like Matt if these 4 or 5 warm-up songs are enough for him to feel like he's in prime shape, but at least he knows that he hasn't gone up and down a whole bunch all throughout the day. So I think that that's probably to his advantage, but we'll see. It's it's nothing is certain with these games, that's for sure.
It definitely seems these players are getting ready, certainly too.
Yeah, they are warming up with stuff that is appropriate for what they are trying to do. Matt here is trying to get this PFC on this goofy ass bubble D22 chart. I watched Matt almost PFC this the other day. It was very, very cool. It's very interesting watching him do the foot switch, like flippity floppity maneuvers. Of course, instead of that, I'm hearing Big Daddy, which makes me very upset. I was hearing Bubble than Big Daddy right now.
Oh, you're not a fan of Big Daddy?
I'm not a fan of Big Daddy. I'm not a fan of any hardcore Tanoshi stuff. I like Sakujo. Of all the like artists that are not Pump exclusive artists or Pump main artists, Sakujo's stuff has been my favorite of the stuff they've added.
That's fair. I'm a big like Tanoshi fan and a lot of like hardcore stuff. Like Big Daddy's right up my alley for sure. And the charts, little weird, but I have a lot of fun playing all the charts.
Yeah, I feel like FIFEMs did a very good job with them. Of course, this bubble chart is even more this like bracket, like triplet like bracket section into the like the jackhammer jumps or the foot switch jumps or the whatever you want to call them jumps. Very, very cool chart. It's
I
very
agree.
exciting.
And I've always said I think we need more jack charts.
I am not a jack enjoyer, but I understand that it's just not my thing. We definitely could see more of them. One of the things that I talked about this the other day with Matt, one of the things that I want to see more out of in Pump is more stuff that just pushes the like raw athletic level of the game, like the raw speed or the raw stamina requirements. Modern Pump charts have pushed technique a lot, and in so doing there is a stamina requirement that is high. But yeah, I mean, yeah, he always combos that. But the bigger thing is stuff like Bamera, came out all the way back in 2007, and that like pushed the game, and we've barely seen anything else like it since. Like Dement and maybe one or two other songs have really pushed that envelope of just like brutal, endless, fast stream, and we haven't seen enough of it. And I would really love to see the game take that more. I want to see charts that are so hard just from like a stamina perspective and a foot speed perspective that FIFEMS is like struggling to get through them. Like I want stuff like that, and we haven't seen that in a long time.
And that's totally valid. I feel like people don't like training that skill set either. And so like I feel like even if we did get it, there's so much content now that like people will avoid it. So you're right, that could be like an upper hand for some players that do train that. It's like, oh yeah, let me just push as hard as I can on a 230 like long 8 measure run. And a lot of people, they'll see that and they're like, oh, I am not even gonna attempt that. Like people are very scared of stamina and foot speed, which is very weird because like I feel like Pump does have a lot of foot speed, but it's like pseudo foot speed.
Yeah, like you get songs that have like really, really short bursts of like foot speed, like stuff like the 19 for Mission Possible, where it has those like really quick bursts. Or
I'm
like,
a fan of Mission Possible.
I love that song. It's like one of my favorite charts in the whole game. Yeah, I love it.
A lot of people hate it, but I'm a big fan.
Yeah, and there are songs you see a lot of kind of foot speedy stuff in like like Brown Sky S25, where it has like those like fast like front bracket to back bracket, where it's like it's like up left center up right like really quickly, and then down left center down right really quickly, and so you're supposed to like skirt like forward and back. That's like foot speed kind of, but I want like foot speed where you just are doing 16 like fast 24th or 16th streams as opposed to like tech foot speed. I want to see I want to see stuff like even as much as I hate jacks, stuff that has you do like 200 BPM like jack, there's a DDR song that I'm trying to think of, but I can't remember but stuff like that, stuff that like really, really, more stuff like a Big Daddy, how it has that hyper twist pattern at the beginning, stuff like that, but even faster. Like that would be so cool. And you know, unfortunately, the game hasn't really been pushed in that direction by the step artists. But you know, I think you were talking about earlier, the people that train that skill will be good. Matt and I were discussing the Latin American players would probably have that stuff really, really unlocked because they love to play custom.
Yep,
they love to
love
have
it.
those weird custom pumps that we've never heard of. Here we go. Finally, we're finally going. You see,
All right, let's get into it.
Even
Looked like
Matt-
Red Viper did not have a great score, so we're gonna
No,
see
but
how
Matt,
he produces.
even Matt only had a 985. That's how tricky this chart is. Matt
Yeah.
has a lot of triple S's on 23s. So this is a really tough chart. This is a foot speed chart. It's a tech chart. Excited. Matt maintaining a full combo going into this short break here. Rick is also performing quite well. Has had a few mistakes on some of the M runs, but otherwise a very solid performance. But it's this ending that's like the really brutal part. This ending
Rick-
is
yeah.
quite tough.
Rick has a bad and a miss right now, but Matt is just killing it.
This is a good run, but these jacks are quite tough, and he's hitting all of them. Let's see here. Here it is, the drills. Woo. Those bracket quad flams are so tough that even a player as good as Matt, we get some expletives from Rick, who knows that he has fumbled the bag a little bit per se. Matt with an up score in a
987
tournament. You love to see
APP.
it. You love
Wow.
to see the tournament up scores. Matt with an excellent run, even with a couple of misses in the quad flams. A very solid run.
2 is actually insane for this chart. Matt came to play today.
That is my boy right there. Matt with an excellent score. Rick, a very solid run, all things considered. Despite his dissatisfaction with how he performed at the end, that is not an easy chart. It's very, very tough to do those early, fast, kind of skittering 240 streams, and then a lot of bracket tech and some really tough bracket quads at the end. So,
Yeah, Repentance definitely looked like chart Rick did not want to like play. Seemed like he was very uncomfortable. But I know personally he loves Gargoyle, so we're hoping to see a redemption from him this round.
yeah, this feels like much more of a Rick song than the last one was. Are we doing? It's just top 8 to top 4, right? There's no like redemption pool for the top 8, right? It's like that seems weird. I can't imagine that we're doing a redemption stage after top 8. That's weird.
Is there actually a redemption stage?
Or is it it's just top 4? The top 4 of this round go on to top 4. There's no redemption stage.
No, there is redemption. So initial is top 2, top 2.
Oh, okay. So what
Okay.
we're going to be doing is we're going to get the top 2 out of this pool, and then there will be 6 players remaining. They will play another pool at this level, and then we will move to top 4. And I have no idea if we're doing a redemption within top 4. If we're doing like a finals and a grand finals, that may be
Yeah.
contingent upon time because it's already 1:30.
That's true.
Next,
But
look at those. We're gonna have to play 3 more.
Yeah, that's not fun. I would.
well, what's cool about our game is we get things done around here. So
Yes.
I mean, we have time to mess around with formats and stuff.
I hope we get to see some really good pump, and I hope that we get done
Me
in
too,
a
me
reasonable
too.
time.
I have actually, Mike. I would like to get your opinion on redemption pools later on.
I think that the short version is I think that they're a pretty cool idea, and I'll talk more about it when we have a longer break. But wow, you see, Matt has a 998775. I'm guessing that's like a single-digit great count on Gargoyle, and this is the kind of chart that I was saying earlier. Like Rick is probably happier about playing this than any of the other charts in this pool. But as good as Rick is, his best score is still very far behind Matt.
Very.
It will take a very, very strong performance out of him here to take even probably a subpar performance for Matt. And based on what we saw just now, we're unlikely to get a subpar performance from Matt here. It's quite likely we're going to see Matt as absolute best in this tournament.
Yeah.
So Rick has a very, very, very tough mountain to climb. And that's kind of the delight of being a player in Rick's position here, is he gets to look up and try to take down someone like Matt, who is just playing so well. Here we go.
979 is nothing to slouch out though.
No, I have like a 930.
Some early misses from Rick already.
But here we go. He's doing so far so good. That's a tricky part of this slowdown from position into the like tower run from the drills is quite tough. And Rick slipped up a little bit, but Matt is, as expected, handling it great.
Yep. The transitions on those are so hard too.
Yeah, but Matt, great job so far, just swinging back and forth here. Rick is also doing pretty good. Very clean overall, just a few crates here and there.
Matt's form looks really tight today, really clean.
Yep. He got a good night's rest. He got some good meals. He looks like he is prepared to PG Gargoyle.
Last big run right here.
Matt hitting the double tap coming out of the slowdown. Very nice. Another part of this chart that tripped you up very easily. This is the hardest part of the chart. These are very twisty runs that pull you out to the outer edges and then ask you to do some pretty long, tricky middle turns. But both players hitting them very well. And right at the very end, Matt with an excellent run.
That was so close.
Right at the very end. That's a very, very, very tough part of the chart.
Yo,
Just
5
flying-
grades. Rick
Flying all the way
PB
across.
too.
Rick with the 3.3K up score PB.
Hey, he came to play.
He did come.
One miss too from both of them.
Rick rightfully also kind of frustrated because it looked like someone came up and got kind of in his peripheral view while he was playing, which is very, very frustrating. And funny enough, I've had that exact same thing happen to me while playing Gargoyle full in a tournament, and it was very, very, very upsetting. It's.
I think that's something people don't talk or train about.
Yeah, I know. If he wants a replay, I mean, I would say, how about we run everything, and then if Rick's Gargoyle score will determine whether or not he advances, have him run it back. Yeah, I would say run the whole rest of the pool, and then if Rick's score matters, you can run it back. So yeah, we're trying to figure out if Rick should play the song again because he was up, like, you know, rightfully, I think, a little bit disappointed what happened. And my thought process is that let him play out the rest of his set, let everyone else play out the rest of his set, and then if Rick's score could possibly put him into top 2, then he can run it back again. And if not, then it's going to be.
And I think that's fair.
It will, you know, it's not likely that immediately after playing a song and doing as well as he did, he's gonna play even better, like with the tilt or whatever that of you know, being upset. So I think that, you know, probably the most responsible solution for him even is to wait a little bit and then see in 15, 20, 25 minutes if he can.
You know, and that's something that I think a lot of people don't try to train, is like a lot of people play in controlled environments these days. Like even in an arcade, you know, like a lot of people, unless it's like really packed, like if you go in the morning, it's dead. So it's still kind of a controlled environment. So like when you come to a tournament and there's so many factors of lights, sound, people, it's a whole nother skill set in my opinion.
Yeah, it's hugely different, and like you'll have things like, again, like the person that kind of pops over to the side, that's like, you know, whatever. You'll have stuff like sound from the other games. Maybe people will be cheering on the other machine. People will be stomping loud on your machine or next to you or whatever. There's so many different things. It's Matt plays at home and pretty much exclusively plays at home. And on Wednesday, he and I went to District in Orlando and we played Pump for a little while. And it was probably the first time that he had played Pump in a public arcade in years, and probably the first time he'd ever played Phoenix. No, it's fine. No problem. I understand.
I'm not getting mic audio from them for a reason.
Rick is apologizing for his profanity, but it's totally understood. I've already said that word more than a few times myself, and I didn't have nearly as good of a reason to do so. So I hope we see some really good play here on Travel to Future. I hope that Rick has had some time to clear his thoughts, to refocus his energy. Hopefully that doesn't end up deciding this tournament for one player or another. And ideally, if Rick does well here and puts himself in a position to advance, then he'll run back Gargoyle maybe and advance on that. Maybe he won't even have to run back Gargoyle and he'll just move on anyway. But we'll see. I'm really excited to watch this chart. Like I said, this chart used to be a 24. It's very turny, very technical, and that is indicated. Again, this is one of the rare D23s that Matt doesn't have a triple S on. It is a tough chart.
It might have been re-rated, but it's very, very. It's probably one of the harder 23s.
Oh yeah, it absolutely is. It absolutely is. I would say that this is probably in the top 8 or 9 hardest 23s, maybe even harder than that. It's
953 for Red Vipers. So
yeah.
But man, this song is so good. Like
this is a great one. This is a really cool song. Really. I usually don't like very like rhythm game music. I know it's kind of weird to say, but this is like a very cool song.
Yeah.
Very flows very well. Has very good charts. I'm excited. I want to see Matt get a 990 on this. I'll be kind of bummed for him if he does upscore it because, you know, he's on event mode and it won't actually save the score. I'm sure he's kind of wishing that he could save that repentance score from earlier, but
oh, do scores not save in event mode?
Yeah, scores don't save on event mode.
Oh, that's unlucky.
Yeah,
poor Matt.
At TBD, I think Edison got like the US record on Ultimatum S2025 and it just didn't save because it was on event mode. Yeah.
Man, I'd be a little sad about that one.
Yeah, it's kind of a bummer. And Amiro, please change that. Thank you. Anyway, here we go.
Right.
Here we go. This is a win force chart. It has a lot of M runs that you should probably cheat if you're not the best players in the world. But, you know, we have one of the best players in the world. He's going to do them legit, I'm pretty sure.
Hey, I'm all about not cheating. I recommend doing all the tech all the time.
Well, for win force, cheating is the tech. So as we approach the break here, Rick with just a slight slip up, but Matt still retaining the full combo. And what you'll notice is that fittingly, this song has quite a lot of travel in it for a song that has travel in the title. You have to move back and forth quite a lot. It's very exhausting, even though it's only 160 BPM.
The break is also so hype before it goes into the last half.
Yes, sure. Yeah, like a lot of Windforce songs, this is very back half dominant. The middle of the chart, pretty simple, and then you just have a brutal final stretch. There we go.
All right, let's get it. Matt is going crazy right now. Oh.
Still though, very, very good run. Very good run.
Oh, I wonder if he did it.
Handles all the bracket quads. He may well have upscored and gotten that triple S. It's quite possible, and even probable, I would say, that Matt like 992'd that. A very good
6. A
Oh,
6K
let's
up
go.
score. 994
It's
is
worth
actually
noting.
insane.
It's worth noting. Rick also with the 11K up score
11K
in
up
tournament
score.
from a low AAA to a medium to high AAA plus.
Man.
Very impressive run.
You can't be
Very,
mad
very
about that. That is
impressive
a
run. No.
really crazy up
In
score.
Rick's position, that is a very, very, very satisfying run. But Matt absolutely came to game, baby. He came out. He showed out. Putting his and Drake's hard work together to good use, to good effect, and just crushing. Basically, like his one error was in a part that I wouldn't have even expected him to make. To
I
make a
think
drop either.
Matt is playing so well, he might be getting nervous when he gets to the end.
I don't think so. I mean, I see it, but I think Matt is like almost incapable of feeling those nerves. I feel like Matt it's probably just not fatigue, but like that, like you're worn down at the end of that chart. You're going back and forth. You're doing a lot of stretching to the edges of the pads and then a lot of like inner twisty stuff. And it's just very exhausting. And keeping that focus, maintaining that discipline for the entire length of the song is tough. Even if you're locked in, if you're in the zone, it's very hard to maintain a perfect performance all the way to the end. So now we have the old man and the child.
Yes, sir. And they're both from Florida. This is a team of Florida match.
Yeah,
right
not
here.
just a team Florida match. This is a team Florida State University matchup. We got two.
true.
We got two. A former alum or an alum and a student. I don't know if Kenny's still a student, but we got two Florida State people, two Tampa people right here. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Kenny may have even lived in Japan when he was very young. So we've even
Wow.
got two dudes that have lived in Japan.
This is eerie a little bit.
They are a perfect match for each other in every way except that one of them has really long dreadlocks that makes it hard to see over them when we play co-ops together.
That's true.
I'll leave that to you to assume which of the two I'm talking about. But they're both phenomenal players. They're both total goofballs. They both love the weirdest charts in the game. Kenny really is the perfect match for Hudson in almost every respect, and I'm excited to watch both of them play. Kenny is really, really good at Travel the Future, I'm pretty sure. I'd imagine Gargoyle's pretty comfy for him. The bracket quad flam charts, he doesn't play them a whole lot. Like, they're not something he focuses on. Like, I don't see him just like grinding Scorpion King or stuff like that at the arcade, but he's certainly good at them. So Hudson, good at basically everything. I can't imagine Hudson will struggle with any of these charts, but it will still be hard for him to match Matt's excellent scores. That's kind of my feeling.
That's the thing about pools. It may look like a head-to-head, but you do got to worry about the opponent that's not playing or that has already played in the back of your head. Interesting, too, that Hudson is warming up on singles instead of doubles.
I think maybe he doesn't want to like tire himself out, or maybe it's the opposite. Maybe he finds singles to be more tiring, and so he's trying to really get himself into that speed. I don't really know.
I think he just has seed.
But
Wow,
one great on
That's a
Hurong
PB
Peng
too.
Leung. Yep.
Yeah, it's
Very
like one or
close
two
to the
PB,
PG.
great PB.
Very close
Hudson
to the
feeling
PG.
good.
Then pump it up! New tunes!
I think they get a 2-song warm-up, right? I wonder what
Yeah, I think they get two song warm up.
what the second song warm-up will be.
I think that of the players in this top 8, Kenny is the one that probably, I think, is maybe most benefiting from this specific pool of charts relative to like what else he could have to play. I think that his chart knowledge of these charts is probably very, very high compared to some of the other options that could have come up. He I know I saw him play a lot of Travel the Future back in XX. Like, I'm positive. And Gargoyle is obviously familiar to basically everyone, but it's the kind of chart that Kenny is good at. I think Kenny probably was hoping to avoid a lot of like fast, straightforward stuff. If I had to guess, he was hoping to avoid the the yogs and stuff like that, where it's more about raw foot speed. And I think that he was probably hoping to avoid some of the older twist heavy charts, stuff like maybe like Love is a Danger Zone 2 or like Canon D, stuff like that. I don't think he's super good at Pump Me Amadeus. Huh?
Anything Vanya.
Yeah. I think Kenny likes that stuff, but I think that a lot of those charts are I think that one of Kenny's like things that he's has to overcome as a player if he really wants to reach like the next level, to be at the level of someone like Matt Miller, is Kenny has like a faithfulness to doing the charts like legit that can sometimes be his downfall, because there are certain parts of certain charts where, like, again, unless you are Fafems or Franco or whatever, you are better served both from a scoring perspective and an energy conservation perspective to try to just get what you can out of it rather than get every last note perfect. And Kenny will sometimes overcommit to like difficult crossovers that put him in a tough position to follow up. And so a lot of those older charts, Kenny will get into these weird positions doing like Pump Me Amadeus. He'll do those runs that take you to the outer edge and then you'll swing all the way back, and it's so hard to do those legit. Whereas if you've worked out a system for how to like manage them, you can get perfects reliably without expending as much energy.
And that probably comes down to a lot of experience. I mean, when it comes to like a chart like Pump Me Amadeus, like people like Matt and Hudson, they've played that chart probably hundreds and hundreds of times, and so they know like every step and know where to conserve and where to cheat. While Kenny is like a newer player, and a lot of newer stuff is resolves, or you can commit better without like having to like you can commit without the game like wanting to mess you up. That's what a lot of newer charts do. But when you play a chart like Pump Me Amadeus, where anything goes back in that day, it's a rougher time.
Yeah, and I think that Kenny is still growing a lot as a pump player. He's come a long way even in the last 6-7 months since we got Phoenix and Florida back in February. He's grown a ton as a player. One of the things that I've tried to stress with him is focusing more on cleaning up and like getting reps in on like lower stuff that he is not as familiar with, because like I would see him sometimes come to the arcade when he didn't even have Expert 3 and 4 yet, and he would just play 25s for like 2 hours straight, and I was just like,
That's
dude,
actually insane.
like let's play some 21s and 22s. And I'd be like,
So
"Aw."
wrong.
But like a couple weeks ago, I was in Tampa with him, and I was like, dude, he was trying to get some S23s and S24s, and I was like, okay, if you're gonna get these S24s, you need to be able to like cheat M runs better. And so he and I sat there and we played Mr. Larpus S22 6 times in a row until he felt like he could imitate my M run form fairly comfortably.
They're evil.
And right after he did that, he proceeded to not only get some singles charts, but also to get some new D24s where he was able to do M runs on the sides of the pads better by using the form that he had learned from singles. And so it really leveled up his game a lot. And that's one of those things where, because he does everything so clean and legit, he doesn't necessarily know how to economize his motion. You can see he doesn't have a score saved yet on Phoenix.
I was
Repentance.
about to mention that he either hasn't passed it or he is sight reading.
I can basically guarantee you he's played it before in XX. Huh? Hudson ruined everything.
Never
No,
mind.
Vincent ruined everything. For once, we don't get to blame Hudson. This is a huge bummer. I think Murloc just cracked a joke about how Vincent was going to play these charts, but I'll be honest, watching people play these charts, even though I'm not a tournament player at all, like I'm not interested in it at all, whenever I watch really high level players play really high level pump, it just makes me anxious. It makes me want to go play. So I guarantee you sometime in the next week and a half, I'm going to be playing this set. And I'm going to do worse than all 8 of these players by like at least 100,000 points on all the songs. But I'll play them anyways.
Hey, so we gotta get the reps in. Also, it's really fun to play tournament sets. Kind of like gets the feel for like if you were there.
It's like playing like old chess games or whatever, like replaying old chess games where you like set it up at a certain place and then you're like, okay, how would I have done?
Yep.
All right, here we go.
All right, let's get into it.
Even Hudson only had a 971 on this chart. I have a feeling we're going to see an up score from Hudson here. I'm like positive. He saw Matt get that score. He's not going to let Matt be the only one that rips on this chart.
I don't think so either. But since he does have a score, that means he has played it since Phoenix came out.
He has played everything since Phoenix came out.
Told you, man, he's been in the lab.
That's the understatement of the century. Anyway, here we are. Both players still doing okay through these simpler bracketing sections. Ooh, Kenny with a light slip up in the bracket quads. Hudson keeping it tight.
Hudson clean with the 24s.
Something I really love about those 24ths or 16ths, whatever they are in that section of this chart, is that they really feel like you're like skittering across the piano keys.
That is very cool.
Like the scales and stuff.
Yeah.
It's really sick.
Ooh. Kitty missed a bracket hole. Losing a lot of life there.
Yeah, a lot of life, a lot of points. Hudson, meanwhile, finally trips up in these difficult jackhammer bracket sections.
Big run right here.
Doing great on the drills. Big clams.
Wow.
That is Hudson's wheelhouse, baby.
Wow. That was crazy from
Hudson
Hudson.
is incredible at bracket flam. You have to remember, Hudson PG'd what happened D23 a couple weeks ago. Hudson with the
20K.
992, the 20K up score, 4,500 points more than Matt Miller.
Wow.
As good as Matt's run was, he struggled a lot in the bracket flams, and Hudson destroyed them.
Yep. It really came down to that section.
I told you Hudson would get an up score. I don't think that even my craziest possible prognostications, I would have guessed that he would have upscored by that much.
20K.
That
It was actually insane.
Bonkers. What an amazing run. What an incredible run. I'm curious now where that is. That's got to be like top 25 in the world. That's
Yo,
such
Hudson
a good
did
run.
say yesterday that he was here to open up a wax shop. So
New tiering. Difficulty zone level 17.
Hudson's playing great.
coming into Gargoyle, Kenny's got a 934.
Hudson, with his 992K, would have had the 13th best score in the world on the PIU game website if it had saved. 13th.
That is pretty insane.
But if I know Hudson, he'll go home and repeat it and repeat it and repeat it until he's number 10 or 9 or 8 on this leaderboard. Because I'm pretty sure that in his mind, after getting that score, that's a PG-able chart.
Yep.
Like, I mean, damn, what a run. There are only 2 PGs in the whole world on that chart. And I can imagine Hudson being the third because he absolutely crushed it. He made every part of that chart look easy. And as you can see, Hudson has a better save score here on Gargoyle than Matt did. This is another chart that is right in Hudson's wheelhouse. I'm sure that he is loving this card draw.
That's very crazy.
Kenny with only a 934K, I'm sure he's capable of better. I'm guessing that score was probably gotten while he was just trying to grind out Expert 1 and Expert 2, and he played it once, just got the score he got and moved on. So I would not be surprised if we see maybe a 950, 960K.
I'm hoping for at least a 950. I want to see a crazy up score from this guy.
Hudson, meanwhile, needs a 995 more or less to be ahead of Matt on this one.
So he's got to get close to his PB.
He immediately gets a drop. He says, okay. I don't know if... Not quite the same as Rick's... Hudson seems to probably know that those
Oh.
errors are his. He seems to be struggling a bit. He looks
Yeah.
over to see how
Kenny
Kenny's
is
doing.
killing it though.
I don't know how Kenny can read this chart with that note skin.
Me neither. This no skin is like tough.
Hudson has regained his form, kept his composure, finishes out the first slowdown solidly. Kenny, meanwhile, just ripping. Kenny has definitely got potential to pull down a double S or even a triple S right now.
Kenny is so locked in right now.
Both players very clean into the second slowdown.
All right, last big run right here. Seal it, Kenny. Seal it.
Kenny closes out the end of the slowdown, not getting oh, he got barely tripped up. He was off to the right side of the pad, and it was an up left arrow while he was leaning off to the right. The balance there is very hard. Kenny is still very, 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 very good on this chart, but unable to hold down the full combo.
They both broke form there.
A few struggles in the M runs. Hudson's score is definitely going to be less than ideal because of the early combo breaks. But he has the higher perfect count, the higher overall score. 0 misses. A superb game. A superb performance from Hudson.
Still,
Kenny with the
48,000.
Kenny with the 48K up score. I guarantee you that original
like
score was
he was ripping.
Yeah, Kenny had a very, very, very good run. Oh, but he finishes the song just below Red Viper. So, Red Viper currently is in third place on Gargoyle with his sort of disrupted score. So, right now, Hudson's still in second on that song. Hudson slightly behind Matt in the tiebreaker race. Although, again, the odds that they were to overall tie on Travel the Future are next to none. But right now, Hudson and Matt both clearly in the driver's seat. I think that, man, I would say without question, these songs both, this last song favors both these players. Both these players are going to do excellent, and that's true, but both of them have to beat a 993K
That
on a
is
tough
nothing to stop
D23.
that.
So, this is like I was saying earlier, how I'm rooting for Hudson and I'm rooting for the underdog. He's a tremendous underdog to beat Matt's 993K here on Travel the Future, I'd say.
But hey, I mean, you did say it's in his wheelhouse, but that repentance run, I mean, shows he has what it takes.
Well, and on top of that, the recovery on Gargoyle to still pull out a 988K after those very early flubs that, for a lot of players in a tournament setting, it would just be devastating, right? You get stupid bads in the easiest part of the chart, and you just start thinking, well, even if I do well from here on out, I'm doomed. But Hudson kept it together, got a good run. Yeah, you see, Kenny has a very, very solid score on this already. 965K is nothing to laugh at.
Yeah.
You know, obviously Hudson 987, similar to what Matt's PR was going into this.
So he's got a PB as well.
If Matt can raise, or if Hudson can raise his level the same way Matt did, then anything's possible. I will not expect it, but it would certainly be cool. It'd certainly be great.
Oh, and DJ Panda said Matt actually has 994.
Ooh,
So-
interesting.
That's what the spreadsheet says. So man, Hudson has his work cut out for him.
Both
Right.
players very crisp here going into the break. Get a little bit of a rest.
They
Kenny
both
toweling
have
off.
0.
Hudson
going
just
into the
saying
break.
hello to the camera.
That's our clown.
Yeah. That's one way of describing him. All right, so we've had the perfunctory wind force beginning of the chart. Now we get to the real goods.
All right, here
See
we
if they can
go.
both fly.
Oh, Kenny dropping early.
Kind of struggling a bit near the middle of the pads. Hudson maintaining clear, crisp combo. Also with a little bit of a struggle transitioning from left to right.
He's only got, I believe he only has one bad right now, though. He's
Still-
going off.
Yep. Doing great on these alternating brackets. Really clean.
Let's see it. Oh,
Ooh. Hudson's
Oh.
still very good on the
oh,
quads.
this is a
Very
crazy
good
run.
performance on the quads. It's going to be close to Matt's run. It's going to be
I
very close to
Don't
Matt's
know if it beats it, but yeah, it's gonna be real
I'm guessing
close.
it's still a triple S at least.
2-1-1-3.
Wow.
Oh, so close.
993-301. Both players with up scores of more than 6,000 points. Kenny's run phenomenal enough to be
Let's
third
go,
of the
Kenny.
four. But Hudson just barely
If he
not
didn't-
enough
if he
to
didn't get
overtake
that last
Matt.
miss in that last like 3-4 notes, it might have been a closer tie,
Yep.
or maybe it would have pulled ahead.
As we currently stand, though, the top two are definitely Hudson and Matt. They are the two players most likely to move on, but we still have four more very, very good pump players left to go, including the man that we forgot existed at all because he's been so busy doing other stuff, Tony, who is finally on the Pump It Up machine for the first time all
Paranoia
weekend.
boy.
At long last, Paranoia Boy has made his way into the domain of the other 5-panel game, as some might say. Yeah, Kenny's freeze drop definitely hurt him. I still think that there's almost no chance that he 985Ks that chart or whatever there, but he definitely hurt his score a little bit. And yeah. All right, so Jason is a very, very good player, but I also never know what he's actually good at. I don't see him play often enough, and he isn't like kind of not as visible of a part of the community.
Yeah, he's like a dark horse. You like know he's good, but you don't know what he's been practicing or what he's been playing.
Yeah, I know he is a big fan of Dolky and EXE. Now he really likes Conrad charts, so he likes charts that are fair and creative, but not necessarily like ridiculously out there and adventurous. He doesn't want something that's just like a straightforward stream chart, but he also doesn't want something that's total nonsense. So I think Repentance is probably pretty good for him. I think Gargoyle is probably okay for him. He's probably not a fan of it, but you know, obviously he has familiarity with the song and with the game. He's been around since IT1 days, so he definitely knows Gargoyle musically as well as just about anyone. And then Travel to Future, I would imagine, is pretty tough for him. At least personally, in my experience, and it seems to be the case with other big players that I've talked to, really, really twist-heavy stuff that has you flying back and forth across the pads is the hardest thing to do when you're tall. And Jason's even bigger than I am. So I would imagine
Interesting.
Travel to Future will probably be his weakest out of the 4 scores. I don't know for sure that will be the case, and I would love to see him prove me wrong, but I would guess of these 8 players, the 2 for whom Travel to Future is the roughest, or the 3, are Jason, Rick, and Rinker. I would guess that, and Jason in particular, he's a big frame. I would imagine it'll be tough for him.
I
don't
am
know.
excited to watch Jason though.
Yeah,
Like,
no.
It's always a treat every time he's at an event.
You see him, he's playing, was that Pirate D21? He's doing a lot of weird turning patterns quite well, so he really seems to be good at these bracket tech heavy charts. So I think he'll do well on Repentance.
I mean, even Travel to Future. I mean, if he's practicing the twist now, probably gearing up for it.
Meanwhile, warming up with Groth, the Dolki chart. Very, very, very fast, stream-oriented song. A little different from what he's going to be playing. He's actually on the path for the doubles, but just get ready.
You know,
used
even
to
though
looking at
like
this layout.
pretty much all three of these songs are twisty, playing speed as a warm-up can get your legs shocked up and ready to go.
Oh, for sure.
I'm a big fan of warming up with foot speed.
Let's go, Shinobi's boyfriend, indeed.
Skills are really amazing.
Shinobi had a very, very impressive run yesterday in Pump. She her performances on all the songs she played were all like pretty damn impressive. There were a few parts where I was like, damn, her form is like getting better every time I watch her play. She's like doing certain like side pivots and stuff much crisper.
Yep.
She's a very, very, very good dance game player across the board and getting better at Pump every event. So
Yeah,
pretty
she
cool.
was in my pool, and I was watching her during women's, and she had me low-key scared. I was like, yo, she's in my pool, and she's like ripping.
Yeah.
She's like a crazy Sneak the Ghost, or
Festival Ghost.
Festival of Ghosts,
Festival
yeah.
Ghost, Sneak, whatever,
Crazy
yeah.
score on that. It was like
Nice.
almost a triple S.
That's a wild chart too, so that's good. Yeah, she's a hell of a player. Okay, so Jason and I talked a lot about like picking warm-ups that make sense yesterday. It's clear that he was taking our conversation seriously because he is playing one of the bracket flammiest of bracket flammy charts imaginable here at Windmill. Windmill is a very, very, very good song to get you warmed up for the hardest parts of Repentance and the hardest parts of Travel the Future. It's a little
Gotcha.
easier than those songs, but you'll see when you get to this.
Well, that's crazy because Kenny also warmed up with the same song.
Can you warm up with Windmill?
He did.
I didn't see that, but
So
smart boy.
you're you are being a prophet for these players.
Maybe he's. I mean, Kenny, like father, like son. I say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. But you'll see
Yes,
coming
sir.
up here. There's a very, very tough bracket flam section. This is probably one of the easiest 23s once you know what you're doing because the foot speed requirements and stuff are not that high. But it's very, very, very practical and applicable to Repentance right here.
Yeah, that's insane. I'm sure, like, from a mid or lower player's perspective, that's like mashing.
Yeah. But it's a very, very, very deliberate patterning of those repeated 4-panel hits where it looks like it's foot speed, but in reality, the game is expecting you to take advantage of Pump It Up's timing window and hit those basically as just 2 bracket jumps, but just in rapid succession and with your feet cascading across the arrows in a way where it flows like you're doing a 16th stream and you can hit all perfect. And very, very, very smart warm-up pick for Jason, in my opinion.
He also, I just saw, warmed up with HJ, so maybe he's trying to get a little timing boost with that.
I like that he's rocking the beginner title. And he was confident with his own. The man who truly knows himself is the man who knows he knows nothing. That's Jason Dredd right there.
Yes, sir. Oh my God, it's Jason Dredd.
Oh man.
Tony warming up with another foot speed doubles this time though.
Yep. I think that was a D21. D20.
Wow! You're awesome!
So it looks like we're about to get ready. Jason has already made his way over to Repentance. Damn, Jason plays on 670 AV. That's crazy. 670 is so fast for me on doubles. I
Yeah,
cannot
that is
read.
kind of fast.
I can't read over like 610, 620 on doubles.
I read that on singles.
670 is like what I read most singles on. If it's like a 200 BPM song that's like a 43 or 22, maybe I'll read even faster, like 700 or whatever. But 670 is really fast to me for doubles.
Difficulty zone dub level 16. Level 23.
So with Tony, I never know what the hell he's played or how much he's played.
Everything, obviously.
I mean, you would think so. And he definitely does play a lot of pump, but like, I've never certain that he's actually playing.
He does. You're right. He
Hard
does
stuff.
so much that when he PG'd Paved Garden, I was like in awe because I was like, wow, I didn't realize you were playing that much, like to do that.
I was unfamiliar with your game.
Do what?
You said you were unfamiliar with his game.
Oh, I was definitely unfamiliar with his game. I apologize.
Yeah, but yeah, no, he's obviously an incredible player at all the games. He always does well at every tournament, all ITG, DDR, Pump, Step Maniacs. But it never feels like I know exactly where he's at.
Yeah.
I never say like, oh, Tony just got Expert 4, Tony just got Expert 5, like that kind of thing. I don't really have that awareness of him. He doesn't post scores publicly all that often.
Yeah, he's
So-
a very low-key type player, I feel like.
Here we go. This is it. This is a chart that is mostly pretty simple, and then when it isn't simple, it's very, 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 very tough. So a few minor slip-ups for Jason during the foot speed sections. Paranoia Boy kept it clean through most of them, but had one error right at the end.
Yep.
One small problem there for Jason during
dropping
the
bracket holes.
brackets. Oh, Tony just lost so much life bar so fast. I think he dropped a freeze.
Yep, he dropped 2 bracket freezes.
That's
That
brutal.
could affect a lot.
That's brutal. With how tight Hudson and Matt's scores are, it's going to be very hard for him to come back from that. Ooh. Struggled to get into the right place for the bracket plans, while Jason had a much better time with them. I think Jason was... Tony was he's having a hard time holding the middle 4 down, it looks like. Jason with a very good run overall. 970.
970. Didn't have a score on it either, so
That puts him at 3rd on that song out of this group. 3 of the other players, Kenny, Tony, and Rick, all failed to break 940K. So even though Jason had some early slip-ups and some later ones too that he was probably not pleased with, he got himself into the right headspace to do those bracket flams, and he hit them much better than a lot of the other players, and was able to maintain his score by doing that. So
yep.
he came with the right prep tools. He did a very good job. He's put himself in a position where he can maybe take advantage of Hudson's mishaps at the beginning of Gargoyle. Hudson
Very
played
true.
Gargoyle
Hudson
very,
slipped
very
up
well, but
very
got
early.
some really, really silly bads that have opened the door here for Jason. Jason's gonna have a very tough time matching Hudson's incredible Travel to Future performance. Even in the best case scenario, I can't imagine. Again, there are too many people in the world who could just on the spot beat a 993K on Travel to Future. So Jason is not likely to best Hudson on that song. But if Jason puts together a really good Gargoyle run and pulls out ahead of Hudson on that, he has a chance. And if he pulls out ahead of Hudson and Matt on that, he has a very good chance of taking Hudson's spot in the top 4.
That's very true. And sometimes it's not even about that. If you can do your best, because like the redemption pools are a thing, and sometimes if you slipped up somewhere here and there, you just gotta reset, do the best you can on the other songs, and have good momentum going into the next pool.
Exactly, and I think that's going to be crucial here from this point for Tony, because obviously with the mistakes that he made on Repentance, it's pretty much already impossible for him to come back and make it into the top 4 from this round. But if he plays strong here, if he gets a better feel for where he's at in his legs, where he's at mentally, where the pads are in terms of how much pressure he needs to use, all that stuff, he can use this as a tool to make his redemption pool play stronger. And that's like one of the biggest things that makes a good tournament player, right? Is like the ability to let things flow off of you and keep an even keel. And I think Tony is perfectly suited to do that. I think that play on Repentance is not reflective of what he'll do for the rest of the event.
I agree. And it's Gargoyle. And when it comes to old school players, anything can happen with this song.
Tony with some slip ups during those double taps. I think he only got a couple bads, but still. Ooh.
Jason messing up the transition.
Jason struggling a little bit with one of those weirder transitions in the stream. Both players hit the transition into the towers pretty well, so they're looking pretty clean going into the end of the slowdown. The only thing that might get them here is that last double tap. Both hit
Good
it.
recovery for both.
Both hit it well. Now the song is going to be turny, but not too bad going into the second slowdown. And it's really going to come down to who can play better in the second slowdown and during the very swingy ending runs.
Both looking strong going into this next drill transition.
For sure, for sure. Nice. They both hit the second double tap.
All right,
Very
let's see.
This is it. They both have a chance to probably break 990k still. They've only had a few errors apiece, a few good and greats here and there. Ooh, Tony-
Both dropping almost the same
Tony
spot.
at the edge. Tony got his at the very rightmost edge, and Jason got his in the middle. Jason with another miss there in the middle. Tony going out to the edge.
Oh,
Both players very, very solid runs, but just a few.
it's gonna be
mistakes here
close
and there.
between the two of them.
For sure. I think neither is close to Matt or Hudson. Oh wow!
Oh, the
Tony
great
with
count. The
much
great
better-
count
yeah,
mattered a lot
The great
here.
count was a huge difference. 29 perfect separating the two of them. It was actually Tony that had more non-combo steps, considerably more, 5 more. But
Still had a
he
higher
was
combo
much-
too.
He was much cleaner in the perfect count, and that was the difference here. Both of their scores are at the lowest end though of this. Tony's is basically middle of the pack. He's actually right below Hudson, but Jason's score was I think the worst on Gargoyle out of anyone so far. So he went from having an okay shot at maybe surprising Hudson to in a pretty rough spot. He is now also kind of playing for momentum. He's playing to have good vibes going into the final
Get
three
into the
songs of the
mindset, do
Redemption
good on
Pool.
Travel to Future, and keep it up for the next set of songs.
That being said, there's also the case to be made that you just say, screw it. I know I'm not going on through this song, and this song is going to take a lot out of me. And you just kind of,
conserve.
you don't walk off the pad entirely, but you just do as little as you can on Travel to Future and say, I'm not going to, I'm going to punt this one and try to do better in the next 3. I think that would be a very valid strategy here. I don't think that either player will do it, but I certainly think it's worth considering in this spot.
I agree. For me as a player, I also look putting on a show for the people.
Yeah, for sure.
So I always like giving it my all. I mean, if this is the only song I did good on, then I'm gonna make sure the crowd knows it.
Yeah, I do totally understand that. I was very confused about the count, like on the thing where it says like 28 out of 71, because I think that Jason said 76, because I think Jason's in premium mode or whatever. I was very confused at first, but I think that Jason's in
Jason's using his card.
Yeah, so. Here we go.
Gotta love the Windforce shirts.
So my prediction was that Jason would struggle with this chart. Let's see if I'm wrong.
I think he's gonna surprise us. Okay, about 2 errors, but still looking really strong.
Very
from
good runs
Jason.
for both players.
Tony is having so much fun.
Tony pulling out the freestyle moves.
That's what I love about him. He's looking really strong going into this second half.
Thus far, Jason with a very solid performance, but it's this back half that'll kill you.
Oh yeah, if it's not pump it up, the chart's not backloaded. Jason having a good second
Wow.
half.
Very, very, very good run here up until these brackets. And he closed it out. Nope.
Oh,
Quite a
whoa.
rough finish. Both players
How does it a
denied
little
the
rough for
stage
them?
clears. Like I said, that's a tough ending. That's
Yep.
a tough ending. There's a reason that used to be a D24 and probably should still be a D24.
That's true.
Whew,
That's the way to do it.
955 for
964.
Jason, 964.
The great count's really, really mattering a lot
Yeah.
here.
Well, I think that Jason simultaneously did better than I expected, but also about where I expected him to on that chart. His finish was the worst out of the 6 players so far. Still a good score. Certainly most of us would be pretty damn happy to 955, a tough 23.
Oh yeah.
But given how well Jason performed on Repentance, I definitely think that Travel the Future was a song that was probably a nightmare for him to have to play, and he'll probably be happy to be able to move past it. Hopefully for him, the card draw is a little bit more favorable in the second batch, because he is currently our third place performer out of this group. He will not be moving on. He will have to play through the redemption stage. And we got our last 2 lined up, ready to go. We got Rinker, who moved up from the previous pool. And we've got Bert.
Bird. It's Bird.
I don't know about Bird and Repentance, but I feel like Gargoyle and Travel the Future are both charts that he'll probably be solid at.
I agree. I am very interested to see Rinker play.
Any of these.
Yes. I mean, with him and Repentance, that's what I'm most interested in. I'm just feel like he's going to look at that pattern and be like, what was that?
Yeah.
I love
Yeah.
it if you warm up on this
To-
one because this
to-
one gets audio. I don't get audio from this one. Okay. Thank you.
To sight read a chart like
Yeah,
Repentance,
sure, go for it.
or effectively sight read a chart like Repentance, is whew, that's a task. But we've already seen in this tournament, Rinker has handled some pretty crazy. Oh yeah, you did. You added an extra 5 to Jason's Travel the Future score.
Oh, he's first.
Yeah.
No, but Rinker, yeah, he moved up 2 pulls.
Yeah, and he hit
And-
some pretty crazy triple bracket type stuff in some of those S21s and 22s that they were playing.
Yeah.
Original.
I mean, Rinker, both of his waves were not easy by any means either.
Level 20.
So with the correction, Dread actually falls to the bottom of his pool, surprisingly. But ultimately, doesn't matter. All that matters is what comes next in the redemption stages. Hopefully for Jason, he can get a pool that he likes a little bit more than this one.
Yeah, man. You know, Do whatever you can to reset. Go run around the venue. Get some more caffeine.
Is there any food in there that I can eat? I'm kind of hungry. Candy? No.
Yo, Trick Lash. B25.
Nope. I can't eat meat. I don't eat meat. Otherwise, I would. Thank you. I appreciate it, but no. I haven't eaten meat in almost 11 years, so I'm pretty sure that my stomach lining would suffer not even from the peppers. See Bird warming up with Giselle D20, quote unquote. Definitely not a 20, but it's fine. Every once in a while, adult PS have an overrated chart rather than an underrated chart.
Wow! New record!
Jordan's struggling a little bit to get the earphones back in. Understandably, they're kind of weird.
We're down with Cyber?
All right, we're back.
So, Bird goofing off in front of the camera. It appears that Bird will be playing alone because Rinker is currently in a ITG Winners Finals.
Hey, he's the GOAT.
He is. However, I do wonder how long that will take because we can't run the redemption pool until Rinker.
Well, it's Gauntlet's over. I believe it's just head-to-heads now over there. So it should be, if it's winners final, it's probably 3 out of 5. So it shouldn't be too long. Yo, I'm so glad they added Pop in Shower. That's a really good song.
That one seems to be very, very popular at my arcade. I feel like a lot of Sound Voltex and like other hand game players are really enthusiastic about it. My favorite song from this last patch was probably maybe Bubble, honestly. I really
Bubble,
like Bubble.
Really?
I really like Bubble.
I'm not
It's really
a fan
catchy.
of Bubble. I know a lot of like K-pop fans are a big fan of Bubble, but I don't know. Y'all aren't getting me. Honestly, I think my favorite Phoenix song is Milk.
I am not a huge fan of most of Moriatsushi's songs. I do think it has really cool charts, but I'm not super into it musically.
You don't like his music? That's the
No.
best part.
My favorite song that's like not Pump It Up exclusive is probably All Tail. I really like Sakujo's music. I think it's a really pretty song.
Yeah,
I
it's
also
pretty
like
good.
Destroyer a lot, his other license that they put in, and his official Imperium. They're all like really good in my opinion.
Imperium is really good.
But I think that my favorite song in Phoenix, and this will sound outrageous to a lot of people, is Kugatsu.
Is that how you pronounce it?
Yeah, Kugatsu. Kugutsu.
I thought it was like Kugutsu.
Yeah, it's
but-
Kugutsu. Kugutsu is probably more accurate. Kugutsu, I don't really know
I
what
would-
it means.
I
but
would like Destroyer, but it's a little too long for my taste.
Yeah, I can see that. Both it and All Tail are very long for like normal mode
Yeah.
songs, which is pretty weird. But they both have really cool, pretty charts and like really interesting ideas. And they're just not the kind of music you hear a lot of in these games, so that's kind of pleasant to me. But I do think Imperium is like more reflective of what the game Pump It Up is going for, and I think it is also phenomenal.
Oh, someone said All Tail is the longest song in the game that isn't a remix or full song.
It was until Destroyer, and now Destroyer is the longest, which is really
How long
really,
is it?
really
Is it
fun.
like 240?
Destroyer is like 249 or something.
Oh
All
my-
Tail's like 236.
That's what I'm saying,
Yeah,
man.
it's crazy. It is nuts. Don't get me wrong. But hey, you get more value for your credit. You put that dollar in, you get to play for a couple more seconds.
Game.
That's true. I gotta swipe 2 credits now.
That's actually true. To play those songs, you do have to swipe 2 credits. So they're actually taking value away from you. And Amiro, please make every machine 1 credit premium.
We're
Thank
back.
you.
We're just back in the old days. Remember how like ITG, like anything past 2 minutes costed 2 rounds?
Yeah.
Okay, looks like we're getting into it. Bird's got a 970.
All right, so here we go. Gonna take a really great run from Bird here to Brett, Hudson, and Matt.
How do you think he'll do in the bracket flame section?
I can't say I know him well enough as a player to have any idea, but I doubt he'll take it.
I'm gonna get a meal and then I'll be I can do it.
Alright, I should be
Are you tired?
Bird has been very clean so far in these early foot speed sections. Let's see if he can make it to the... Nope. Jinxed him. I was about to say maybe he can make it to the break without any errors, and that would give him a good chance of threatening Hudson and Matt, but... Oh, and Jason is also a reasonable target here.
cool. Having some trouble in the jump, step
Yeah.
jump bracket section.
Those chords are brutal. Handling
Oh.
the clamps pretty well up until the very last
Yeah.
couple. That's going to be a solid score as long as he maintains that quad freeze, but woo, it's tough.
Yeah, I knew you could do it.
958. Is that the lowest so far?
I don't believe it's the lowest because a few players dropped quads and stuff like that. Yeah, It's I remember Tony struggled a lot.
That's right. That's right. He did drop
So he's
the
actually
butthole.
pretty much middle of the pack. I think he is, yeah, 4th best out of the 8 players, but way behind Hudson and Matt, and still a solid distance behind Jason. So right now, he's gonna have a hard time overcoming those guys. And again, it largely becomes about playing to get ready for the redemption pool. Like
true,
if
that's
he plays really strong here on both of these songs, could overcome them. But the problem is that Gargoyle is a really tough song to get an edge on. You know, you've already got these people with these 990Ks. It's going to be
993,
really tough for him. If he matches his best performance, he would be contending still. But this is a song that's really tough to mimic your best performance on, because even just the tiniest little slip up and your whole score goes in the trash like instantly.
That's true.
Like, because the song is so much about a long, consistent flowing pattern, it's just so easy to fall off and lose everything. So I want to see if Bird can break 980K here, get some good scores, get himself ready, pull off a good Travel to Future run.
Ooh, having some trouble in the drills.
It's very easy to get tripped up in this transition over into the slowdown.
I think this is always the most important part of the song.
It
the
is.
drills.
It is, and it's so fascinating because it really isn't that hard, like of a slowdown in terms of like the complexity of the patterns, except that there are all these weird little single step idiosyncrasies that make it weird. Like there's this part where you're like, you start to turn your body to the side, but then you have to kind of like hop forward and like reorient yourself, or the double taps that are at the end coming out. Everything else about the song is 2 different steps alternating. But those little tiny things make it really hard to perform well in the song consistently. Having a much better time with this second, more spread out slowdown.
Yeah, he killed. Ooh,
But
almost.
he slipped on that
Look,
double step. That
But
double
he
step
killed
coming out is-
95.
Yeah, it's tough though. That last thing here is when you're playing at this level, it's not about the 95 or the 98 or the 99% of the song. It's about that 1 little percent that can screw you up and make the rest of things much harder. So I think Bird's probably still gonna get probably in the 90s here. His run has been very good, mostly free of grates and things like that. But the
Yeah,
bads
I'm
and the
thinking
misses-
978 here.
Yeah.
It looked like he was pretty solid for most of the chart. Okay,
Ooh,
971.
A higher grade count than I expected.
Yeah, me too.
A 971K is actually the worst score on that song, which is, again, a reflection of the high talent level of the players, that a 971 on the 23 is the worst out of the
Yeah,
8 scores.
yeah.
But Bird is the kind of guy who will not in any way, shape, or form be dissuaded by that score.
Okay.
And he's probably ready to go.
All right, we're gonna switch out commentators.
All right.
So we're bringing Mocha in, but thank you. This is my first time commentating. I hope you guys enjoyed it, and I hope to do some more in the future.
Thank you, Jordan. You've been a great commentary partner. I'm sorry I'm eating popcorn right now, but thank you so much, and have a fun rest of your weekend. I'll see you later.
Awesome. You too, man. Thank you.
Yep. Mocha, 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 mocha. The man, the myth, the legend. Getting here right as we are about to... Right, unfortunately, after we got done with Gargoyle and its memorable slowdowns, here comes the man who loves slowdowns more than anyone else alive. Mocha, Josh, extremely talented doubles main from here in Florida. You probably saw him yesterday in the tournament. Bye.
The entire time. Oh, sorry.
So Bird getting started here with Travel to Future. As we've already seen, the beginning has some easy slip up, but overall not too high of a difficulty. It is really the back half of this song and that last that last stream and that last quad bracket section, it can really ruin your score. There is a huge pop off from over in DDR. And Bird maintaining his focus and discipline throughout. Very impressive. So they go over, boot them over the top. So, as expected, Bird pretty clean looking so far, up until the midpoint of the song. Gets those. An error on a part of the chart. I would not have expected him to flub after he's done so well at this point, but he's still got a very, very good score going. Another one single miss, I think, before that bracket triple freeze, but still good run going here. Very possible that he is in the 980 to 990 range right now. Hitting that alternating bracket. Oh, right at the end here. His run goes from phenomenal to merely very good. Oh, those freezes fortunately will not cost him. He already had probably made enough errors that he wasn't going to be in anywhere near those incredible scores from Hudson and Matt. But definitely a bummer to finish out the song there by dropping a freeze. Still would have been a better performance than Jason's on that song, but tough overall. And so now we wait for Rinker. I guess, Josh, what do you think of this specific card? Did you see the card draw before they picked this specific pool?
I did see the card draw. Indeed.
What do you think of like the strategy of this card draw? Like, do you think that this was a smart pick, like a smart end result, or like a logical end result?
I really don't think so. Two of the charts were definitely bracket focused, and a lot of the players, especially the ones playing on the cap you just saw, had issues with a lot of those brackets, and it's not really their specialty, like rolling brackets specifically. So aside from that, the Gargoyle scores overall looks pretty nice, but definitely Repentance was giving people issues on the triple holds, and then Travel to the Future, kind of the same thing. So I'd say probably not. I think the other sets that they could have played might have turned out better for a lot of these players.
I think that's a very good insight, and I think that you're correct. But I do wonder, so partially I wonder how much is I mean, these players all know the game, but how much they know the game. Because like Kenny, for example, Kenny did great on Travel to the Future, and you and I both, would have expected that because we've seen him play that chart before and do well on it. He certainly knows what Repentance is. But I'm guessing in Kenny's head, when he sees Repentance, he's like, oh, it's not that bad. I can do okay on that song. And certainly Kenny could have done better.
Right.
But, like, there's no universe in which Kenny is 990 Repentance and coming close to Hudson and Matt.
Yeah.
Like, that's just such an incredibly hard chart to get a score like that on. And maybe if you're in Kenny's shoes, you just say, well, I'm not going to pick based on Matt and Kat and Hudson because I just can't compete with them. Maybe you're just, maybe that's, unfortunately for a lot of these guys, that's just, their mindset just has to be, okay, Hudson and Matt are moving on. Just like, let that, whatever. Maybe I can use this as a feeling out process to see what Bird is feeling good at, what Jason is feeling good at. So maybe that's a part of it, but certainly you're right in that, like, these bracket heavy charts, they really seem to get Rick and Kenny the worst. Paranoia Boy, I don't know. I think his Repentance score was probably just a bit like an outlier based on like he wasn't yet warmed up correctly. He has been playing a lot of other games all weekend, so that I'm not as whatever on. I think Jason's Repentance score was very solid. It was one of the better ones in the group, but his Travel to the Future was rough. I predicted it would be. I said that he was probably going to have a lot of trouble doing those very tight bracket turns at the ending. I think I was correct. I don't know. Oh, here we go. We were just launching. Ryan Rinker just coming straight over from ITG, where presumably he played some very hard stuff and is already warm. But this is probably the most exciting of the 8 players to play because I can imagine him not even 800K'ing the song, having never seen it before.
Yeah, definitely. If you've never played Repentance before, or even if you have, it's a super technical chart as a 23. So if you're not used to seeing it or playing it too much, it's going to give you a lot of issues.
The good thing is, the beginning of the chart's pretty damn easy, so there's a lot of time to ease yourself in. Just do some simpler foot speeds, some simpler streams. The question is he at all prepared for the ending brackets? At all, even the tiniest bit? So we'll find out. So going into the break here, Ryan has already had a few slip-ups on some of these foot speed parts, which are going to make it really hard for him to compete with Matt and Hudson. But he's still he is dropping some tough triple holds, and I have a bad feeling about what's to come for him.
Yeah, it's only going to get harder from here.
If his foot positioning is struggling there, he's going to really have a hard time here. But let's see, maybe he'll pull something out of his ass. All right, well, he's better at those than I am.
Absolutely. The center quads.
Wow, a very, very, very impressive finish to the chart after a rough midsection.
For sure.
Very easy to kind of feel like not even worth going on at that point. Just consider the chart a loss. But even though his score was the worst out of the 8, there's a lot to look at positively from Rinker's run there. And yeah, I think that he's shown an ability to do at least some amount of like crazy bracket doubles tech, which means he's not just it's not just free to pick that kind of stuff on it.
That's correct.
Hello, everyone.
I think as a clear, Repentance is probably like more of a mid tier for a 23, but in terms of actual scoring, it's very, very difficult to get anything over an S really.
Yeah, for sure. Matt and Hudson's scores were both like ridiculous. Were you here when they
I was indeed.
They're crazy.
I imagine Gargoyle will go a lot better.
This is certainly in his wheelhouse, chart-wise, etc. But by no means is it guaranteed that he's going to pop off on this one because, as I was saying with Jordan, the thing that makes this chart so annoying is that even though it is just stream, there are so many little weird steps. Those little double steps coming into and out of the slowdowns. Some of the transitions in the slowdowns are weird, especially when you're going into the tower runs. So I don't suspect Rinker will have trouble with the really swingy parts, like at the end of the song, but I could imagine him stumbling in the slowdowns.
Oh no.
It's so tough to keep your rhythm at such a slow BPM. 150 BPM is so slow for a modern dance game song that it's just tough to keep your feet going. And when the arrows don't have a timer indicator like they do in DDR ITG, it's even harder. You start to fall off the rhythm and you have no early late to tell you which side you're on, and you just get lost. And Rinker did pretty good to get out of there without failing or anything like that, but it's going to be very hard for him to catch up score-wise to even some of the more middle-tier scores. He just struggled so much at the beginning of that first slowdown.
Looking good good so far, but I do predict some of the harder turns more towards the end are going to give him a bit of trouble.
The thing that has been the hardest for all the players so far has been those M runs at the very end. Those have really ruined some otherwise nearly perfect runs. He's looking quite snappy with these longer turns. He's such an incredible player for someone that doesn't really play Pump all that seriously. Yeah, certainly doesn't look that way. He very clean through the ending. Obviously, he got some non-combos here and there, but his life bar never even budged. I'm guessing it's like a 970, 960.
Somewhere around there.
960. A few too many greats, goods, bads. You know, the miscount was fairly low, but just a too even spread of the non-perfect judgments. Still though, good run. I think it's one of the lower ones for this pool, but
Game over. Ready? Pump it up. Hello, everyone.
I'm excited because we are mere moments away from the most exciting part of any Pump It Up tournament, the card draw.
New
Oh boy.
teams.
I would rather watch card draws than watch Pump It Up almost. There's something so exciting. If you just gave me a game where it was like, we're gonna put 12 card draws up on the screen and you guess what songs get picked and which songs don't, that would be like the most fun thing ever for me.
It would.
It's really addictive. So Rinker's getting ready here to play Travel to Future. Travel to Future is so hard. So hard.
Really?
I think so. The ending bracket stuff is so crazy and the stream is so tough. Obviously, it's only like 25 seconds of the song that's hard, but that 25 seconds is so damn hard.
It really is. And in my opinion, the taller you are, the harder the ending is, just because you have to stretch and yank your body even more than if you were a bit shorter. But
Yeah.
like you're saying, the last 20 seconds are by far the hardest part. A lot of people who are playing around this difficulty, 23s and 24s, should have too much of an issue until it actually starts like speeding up and then moves into that bracket section.
Yeah, the stream is convoluted and has some high travel, but the overall like length of it is not so bad that it will crush you. Like it's the stuff that comes after that is really hard. Those back and forth bracket
Right.
triples where you're like kind of skittering, like your foot's going across the middle and then you're using that to spring to the left or the right. The card draw's already starting, I've been told. All right, so wait. Huh? Why are there 20s in the card draw? I thought this was 21s, 23s. Am I insane? I thought it was all 21s to 23s.
There was 24s in the previous card draw.
Yeah,
Robot
there's no way,
Battle was
there's
in
no
there.
way that this card draw is correct. This card draw should be like 22s to 24s.
Right setting to the cartel? Isn't it right setting to the cartel? Okay, yeah. Box seconds, there's 20. Yeah, alright. I locked it up. My
All right, so Ryan has Rinker has struggled a little bit here in the beginning with some of the easier patterns, but overall not too bad. Bar, full, about what you'd expect. He is choosing to be focused and disciplined during the break, whereas a lot of other players have goofed off and done things like walked up to the cameras or done freestyle moves. Rinker is always engaged, always in that gaming mode.
Yeah, definitely want to be focused. I think a good strat, a lot of times if people have a rag or towel to wipe their sweat off, doing that during little pauses on songs definitely makes a difference.
Here we go. Ooh, one misstep during the stream, but
Starting to speed up, get a little more twisty.
Yep. And he's struggling. Those transitions from side to side are tough, but he's hitting the brackets pretty good. Will he keep his bar?
Opsta cheated.
Oh, yeah. Yep. He got real beaten up by that ending. And who can blame him? It takes quite a good player to not get
Right.
hurt by that ending. And his score still pretty dang good, 940k. Nothing to feel too bad about for those of us who are mortals. But in this bracket of the tournament, you can't be mortal. You gotta get a ridiculously good score. And unfortunately, here, the only two players who can say that they are gods coming out of that stage are Matt and Hudson. They are both moving on, and I guess for better and for worse, the little mishap involving Rick and his gargoyle score will be water under the bridge, and we'll move on because Matt and Hudson just played amazingly well, and I can't exactly say I'm surprised. And we are now doing the second card draw again. I can't even tell. It looks like the first pool that was vetoed was Takeout D22, Re-End of a Dream D22, and Beat of the War D24. Can't say I'm too surprised about that one being taken out of the pool. I would guess we are probably not going to see that QBF pool. I could see. I don't think anything in there is too weird, and they're all pretty new, so people won't object to it. I cannot see the Psychos Post one getting through.
I'm seeing D20 still at the bottom here, unless that's incorrect.
Yeah, I'm guessing that that's just a mistake. Yeah, I'm guessing it's only going down to Lucid and Canon D, maybe.
I see.
And there's 7 pools. Oh no, shouldn't there only be 6 pools at this point? And then 4 of them are.
There's 6 players currently.
There's 6 players, so there should be 7. Yeah, so it's 7. Okay. So yeah, it goes down to this Lucid one. Okay, so the Mope Slam one, there's no way in hell that gets through, right? There's absolutely
I
no
was
way.
thinking it might actually get through. There's a pretty good variety of chart playstyles there. Mope being more of a foot speed one. Slam, very obviously bracket heavy, but also if you're not good at it, Slam specifically, you are not going to want to play that set. And Curiosity Overdrive is kind of just a freebie of triple S's for all these players.
If you are Kenny and you just did really well, relatively speaking, on bracket stuff, and you have chart familiarity with it, I think the Phalanx set is to his liking.
Right.
Versailles and Kaso Shinja are both like very turn heavy kind of charts, the kind of thing Kenny's good at.
Very.
Phalanx and Versailles both have very hard bracket sections in the middle that Kenny kind of probably likes. So I can see him wanting that to go through. The Lucid Canon D Reverie set is interesting because we saw Lucid played last year. I remember Kenny getting quite owned by it during the slowdown. I can see that someone like Jason might want that set to get through because it's got some older stuff and then like a relatively simple chart in the Reverie.
Right.
Kaso Shinja actually showing up twice. It shows up in the other set with Get Up, which, if you're not aware, they took out the gimmicks and I don't think they've been added back yet. And the gimmicks were like the weirdest thing about the chart. They just kind of added an element of suddenness that was quite difficult. I don't remember which chart for Passacaglia that is.
Is that the 22 or the 23?
I don't know. I don't think we ever will know unless it gets picked. But that's both charts for that are kind of strange. If Hudson were in here, I think he would want that because he likes that chart a lot.
Right. A lot of these sets are more so on the easier side. Probably the hardest set is that fourth one with Phalanx, Versailles, and Kaso Shinja there, just difficulty-wise or even stamina-wise. Curiosity Overdrive, definitely on the easier side until the end, and that's when it kind of gets insane. This second set, Crossover, Reverie, and Quick Brown Fox. I believe that's the 22, but even if it's a 24, it's not a terrible 24 from a scoring or passing perspective.
Yeah, I think that Mope set has no chance in hell of getting through. Mope and Slam are both such weird charts that there's going to be someone who's like, I just hate both of these and I don't want to play them. Okay, if I had to guess, the site that gets through is Crossover, the Reverie, and the Quick Rat Fox. That would be my prediction. It has the newest songs. It has the fewest songs that are like specifically objectionable in some way. Especially if it's the D22 for QBF, it's more of a foot speed chart.
Right.
That set just does seem a little too easy in my opinion. Crossover is really not too hard to score high on. The end's definitely a little fast, but for all three of those charts, I'd expect double S's from just about everyone. Or above.
I can't imagine everyone wants to do the Lucid slowdown. So that's been taken out. The Curiosity Overdrive FA21 Passacaglia set. Not surprising. Final Edition 2-1, very strange song with very strange charts a lot of the time. As Josh was saying, Curiosity Overdrive D24. It's not a hard D24 by any means. It has basically only one really tough section, and it's otherwise actually pretty easy. But we just saw a lot of these players struggle with the similar kind of patterns at the end of Travel the Future and the bracket flams and Repentance. And Curiosity Overdrive basically ends with that same exact thing, a really hectic, chaotic, side-to-side bracket quad section. So
Honestly, I wouldn't be too surprised if the set with Mope Mope Slam and Curiosity Overdrive does make it through, just based on the players here. I think a lot of these people have played Slam and do have S's or above on it, because it, like Oddish was saying, it really doesn't take too much to score very well on. Oh, and of course, like I was just saying, it actually didn't make it through.
no, yeah, I just think Mope Mope is too much of a wild card. And Slam, even if you think you're good on it, you might think other people are better on it. Like, let's say you have a double S on a double S on a 24 is usually pretty good. A double S on Slam doesn't mean anything. A double S on Slam is like you cleared the song.
You passed. Congratulations.
Yeah. So I think that it's very easy to be like, well, Slam is too. I definitely can imagine like Rick not wanting to play Slam. So now we see the Psychos Post get upset going, which not surprising. We're basically going to see 0 Banya songs played this entire tournament, I'm convinced. Which is a huge bummer. Right now, I'm feeling good about my pick. Man, if someone... I mean, of all 9 charts remaining on the board, or 8 charts, because the Reverie's there twice, I am by far the most excited to watch people play Phalanx. If Phalanx were to get through, that would be super duper cool.
Yeah.
It's such a technical, tricky chart. Front to back. The ending is absolutely absurd. I would love to see these high level players
For
execute
sure.
it. But yeah. All right.
I would imagine people probably don't want to play Lucid or Canon D. They're kind of dice flippy in some senses. So unless you're actually proficient at a lot of like the slowdowns, or with Canon D, just some of the weird movement, you probably don't want to play it.
Yeah. I think that all other things being equal, since there are 2... Oh, wow. Okay.
Oh.
So someone probably had a strong objection, if I had to guess. I don't know if that's QBF 24 or QBF 22. But it looks like Vincent is talking to Jason. So maybe it was Jason that vetoed that one. Oh, it was QBF 22. So I'm
Okay.
guessing that maybe this might be Jason saying, okay, well, now there's a chance for me to play Canon D and Lucid possibly. So I'm going to try to push the set towards that by banning this other set. Maybe Jason feels so confident in his Lucid and Canon D ability that he would rather... He thinks that the other player is going to ban the Phalanx set.
I see.
Seeing it. That would be... I mean, that's like a next level approach, but it is a very, very valid thought process that if he, out of these 3 sets, if the one he wants to play is the one with Lucid in it, it makes more sense to ban the easier set with the 22s and the relatively middle of the road 23 and crossover, and leave this tough set with 2 24s and a tough 23 as the last one. in the hopes that it gets banned.
And I wouldn't particularly say any of these players are great at Phalanx, to be honest with you. I was talking with some of them earlier, and they're kind of not super confident about their bracket abilities. And Phalanx being, I believe, a bracket title as well. Very difficult. It looks like they might have already decided which set they're playing by the looks of it. I really would like to see that Phalanx Versailles Kasoshin just said, though. I think it has a good variety of different skills, and they're just fun charts to play as well.
I agree that it would be the more fun of the two to watch. However, you know that I want to see Kennedy get played in a tournament in 2024. It's the hardest chart in the game, man. Actually, no, it's not Dignity. Dignity is the hardest chart in the game. My bad. Dignity
true.
Nightmare.
And for those of you watching at home, if you weren't aware earlier, when Rick was playing on this same cab, there was someone who came with a camera and distracted him. He was definitely like in his face while he was trying to play, so there was a bit of an issue with that, which has now been resolved. There's a little sign over there making it to where people can't get in. Definitely want to focus when you're playing at this level. The what happened warm up, so I would say Phalanx probably is the one they're playing if he's warming up on brackets.
Seems likely, yeah. Also, many thanks to Enoch here for helping with this, doing the stream setup in the first place and then doing all the production stuff all weekend. I don't know how to use a computer. I'm dumb and old. So thank you, Enoch, for making it so that all I have to do is talk about the video game. Is he warming up with the 20 or the 23?
Looks like the 23. It's
Yeah, I think
kind of
so.
hard to tell. I haven't seen any of the red brackets yet. I also personally have a lot of trouble with the 23.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
Kenny was warming up on what happened. Okay.
That would explain why we did not seem to see Rick doing a bunch of bracket quads.
Right.
Unbelievable! You are the best!
Players just finishing stretching up here. We should be getting ready in about 5 minutes or so.
Game over.
Battery while it's plugged in.
New tunes. Level 17. Level 25.
The imprinting warm-up goes crazy.
Yeah, it's kind of nuts.
Those of you just tuning in, we are currently in the warm-ups of the redemption bracket phase. The top 2 players of this phase will move on to the top 4 of the tournament.
Yeah! I knew you could do it!
Top 4 right now is Hudson and Matt, and then the other 2 people from this redemption bracket who win will meet them in the top 4. I am very excited to see the players do these charts that were picked just because the skill set is so spread out. Brackets, very stamina turns, and then Paso Shinjo, I would say really just stamina. It is definitely turny, but it's probably more exhausting than Versailles, I would say. I don't think it should have been upgraded from a 23 like it used to be, but an easy 24, as a lot of tier lists have it, I would say is also correct.
Game over!
Versailles, even though it's the lowest rated difficulty of these, might be the hardest to score on. It just depends how confident everyone is in their bracketing abilities. And for those of you at home, make sure you are hydrating.
Speed. I'm definitely surprised that we ended up with what was, I would say without question, the hardest set in the pool. For most of this tournament, we've seen the charts tilt towards the easier ones in a given draw. And yet here, we see, without question, I would say Phalanx is the hardest single chart that was drawn from this group. And Kaso Shinja is probably one of the 5 hardest charts that showed up. Versailles is probably one of the 5 hardest charts that showed up. So this pool is not only the hardest song for song, but
New tunes.
it has most of the hardest songs anyways. So I'm very surprised we see this. But these players have, I guess, decided that they want to prove themselves against the best, on the best. And I think, based on the first round of this whole deal, right now, it looks like we would see maybe Rick and Jason move on. If we didn't know what these charts were, but we do know what the charts are. I really like Kenny's shots on these charts, but I don't know if his ceiling is quite high enough to match someone
Right.
like Jason.
That's very true. I think Rick's hardest chart will probably be this first one. You did notice he did move his AV from 700 to 670 just because you need that extra time to actually execute and read those brackets that are going to be coming up.
He's also noticeably using JT -2, which is interesting on a song with a lot of freezes because lets you release them a little bit earlier, which is pretty good. Here we go. If you've never seen this chart before, it's incredibly cool. Just loaded to the gills with really cool bracket tech.
See how they do on this first little mini run section.
Both of them struggling a little bit. It's very tough to execute these. Very, very tough mentally to process where your foot needs to be to hit the brackets. Coming up, we have maybe the most fun part of the song, those alternating bracket triples. God.
Both players being extra careful, making sure they're putting all their foot energy and pressure into these brackets right here, not wanting to drop anything.
And here we go. This is the spicy section. Ooh, Kenny's struggling a little bit here. Rick nailing everything. This ending run is so tough. This part is not that bad, but when it starts adding the freezes, it gets brutal.
Kenny definitely struggling on this part, not familiar with the chart. Rick hanging in there just barely.
Neither player with anywhere near their best performance on that chart, I would say. It's just a tough song to do well on, regardless. Kenny with more perfects, but also far more misses. He just barely gets eked out by Rick here. Neither player, though, even breaking into the 950Ks. So, like we predicted, this set is going to provide a lot of challenges for these players. And it's going to largely be about who can scrape out the best scores. I do not expect to see even very many double S's, let alone triple S's.
I'd honestly be surprised if we even saw a triple A as well. I don't think people are going to be too proficient at the ending itself. A lot of areas just to miss holds or miss random brackets.
I can see Jason doing well on it. He would be my pick for the person who can do well on it. Even though we saw him struggle a little bit with the end of Travel to Future, I can see him putting together a really good run on Phalanx. Or Tony. I could see Tony doing it.
Online matching.
Viper side being the only newer chart here in this set, I wonder how much the players have actually practiced it so far. There is a slowdown, which is pretty easy to read overall, but then the turns at the very end are very, very tight and precise.
I'm not sure what Red Viper's doing here. He's in the 17s folder. There we go.
Level 23.
Is the game defaults you to the D17 folder when you card in.
Wow, and his best being an S+ is very impressive.
Yes. I think that Kenny can break 965k on this chart, but I still don't think that's going to be enough to catch Rick.
And I don't either. A lot of any scores he got when he was grinding his expert title. So he played it once and probably never revisited it. Doing good in the first half of this song isn't too indicative of how well you're going to do at the end.
No, the bracket stuff, the hard style part of the song is clearly the most challenged. Players clean into the slowdown. It's a pretty easy slowdown as these things go, and right as I say that, Rick hits a drop. Still though, very good score right now. Couple more non-combos there, I think, for Rick during the slowdown, while Kenny remains untainted. Gotta make sure you hit this quad. Good.
Part definitely not too bad, pretty standard for a 23. It'll be the parts after where it really starts to get difficult.
Yeah, once the hits.
Ooh, very close from both of them.
Very good runs. It might be that Kenny's lack of mistakes early give him the lead over Rick.
Ooh.
Wow. So, Kenny, higher perfect count, better great count, better overall score in basically every way, but more misses, and seemingly that was enough to just barely give Rick the edge. A huge up score for Kenny, a small one for Rick, but Rick takes it. And now Kenny is in the unenviable position of having to get together a really good run on Kaso Shinja if he wants a chance. Not even of beating the rest of the pool, but even of seating in front of Nick, seating in front of Rick just for a shot with these other 4 players still left to go.
I would say this might be the hardest stamina-wise out of the songs, but also easiest to pass for sure. A little hard in one section, more towards the middle, later half of the song, but other than that, pretty standard patterns.
It's just really draining. It's a lot of steps. A lot of steps.
The only break you really get is after what I consider to be the hardest section of the song.
And it's still pretty tough after that break.
Definitely
you're,
so.
You're correct that middle section is probably the hardest to get through to survive. But these players aren't just looking to survive; they're looking to get as many perfects as possible, as few misses as possible. Because as we just saw, even tiny little differences in those miscounts can add up to huge differences in tournament placement. Kenny has played both of the last two songs really, really well, and he has still fallen just short of Rick on both of them. So
New tunes. Level 17. Level
yeah, I agree with Drake that Kaso is very, very exhausting. It's not nearly as challenging to kind of brute force your way through as a lot of these other charts are, but it's very, very hard to execute and retain tight form. You can see that both players only have a AA+ on this, and they're both expert 4 level players. They both have cleared most of the D24 folder, if not all of it, and they still are struggling to even touch 950k here. I think Kenny has it in him. I assume Rick does too, but I would actually guess that this is the one song of the three that Kenny is more likely to feel more confident than Rick in. So we'll see here. All right, here we go. Getting ready.
I'd expect an up score from both of them.
I do too, especially Rick. Rick's score is a little lower than I would have expected. We got one Kenny supporter in the chat. We got Drake, a big Rick supporter in the chat. Let's see whose will win out. Very nice.
It's very weird to say, but this is the easier part. What's Pump Up is actually much, much harder. Let's see how they execute.
But still a lot of really tough movement side to side. And now here's a grueling run. Both of them struggling with it. It's so hard. It asks you to pull yourself all the way out to the edge of the pad and do those broken M runs from the down left on the one player side to down right on the two player side. They're so tough to do.
I would predict maybe a triple A+ from Brick and an S from Kenny. They both looked pretty similar.
That's bold. I don't think it was quite that high.
Oh,
Wow. All right.
very nicely done.
So both players with the triple A's, both players with the 10k plus up scores, Rick with the 22k up score. I thought that Rick's score was a little low for his current level of skill, but very impressive runs from both of them, but still neither able to break into that 960k range. It's going to be very interesting here with, it looks like Jason's getting ready to play and Tony. I think that these two, having seen the numbers before them, that they both are probably feeling fairly confident. I feel like both of them can beat those numbers, especially on phalanx. I would be shocked if we didn't see a couple of 950Ks here. I don't think we're going to necessarily see, 970s, 980s, but I think that even if both of these players are not necessarily huge fans of that chart, they've got to feel at least a little more comfortable having just watched other people play it. So we'll see.
That is a very interesting warm-up for the charts we're going to be playing.
I have to admit, I'm not super familiar with it. So I'm guessing it's pretty twisty.
It's more so brackety. It's definitely a special type of new chart that was added. As you see, there's brackets
Oh,
here,
wow,
but
yeah.
there's just some odd patterns, some like end runs that you have to execute, which are very just weird, especially for this difficulty range.
I can see Jason choosing this as a way of working on those middle brackets right before it's time to play something like Phalanx. There's a lot of bracket tech, a lot of getting hip mobility active, where you get your hip open up, where you can turn your right foot and turn it outwards while your left foot is also going outwards. Yeah, I think this is a good pick by Jason. Honestly, I think that it's pretty good for getting loose. It's not going to be too tiring. BPM wise, it's in the same range as a lot of these other songs that they're going to be playing, right? 'Cause it's like 170, 165, something like that. So I think this is actually a pretty smart pick out of Jason.
I also want to give it a special shout out. I'm looking at the chat. I see a lot of people from the Neon Dreams, just server and area, Sarasota, Largo, Florida. Shout outs to you all coming through and watching. Wish you could be here maybe next year.
Yeah.
Very, very fun event for anyone. If you're in Florida, you should definitely be coming here every year. It's great. It's a great first time experience, even if you're not competing. And if you're from out of state, if you just want to hang out and meet new friends and play rhythm games, it's a free play arcade for 3 days and part of day 0 as well. There's about 2 cabinets of most machines, hand games and feet rhythm games, so definitely you should come through.
And I mean, in addition to the very high level of play of Pump especially, you get to see, like right now I can see there's ITG finals going on, I think, and I see Rinker playing, and a lot of the best ITG players in the US come, but you get to watch people play a lot of weird charts that you've never seen before in a game that most of us don't really have regular access to. That's sick. Shout out to the Philippines. The Philippines are in here. Must be 2 a.m. over there or something. Thank you so much for watching. It's much appreciated. Yeah, the level of play here for SMX, for ITG, for Pump, for DDR, all very, very high. Also, if you are looking, if you're looking for an event to go to, what's coming up, we got Beast in the East in August. It's going to be another great multi-game event. It's going to have all the dance games. It's going to have the free play arcade with all the things you'd expect, all the usual suspects, pop and music, 2DX probably, maybe Chunatham, Waka, U-Beat, all kinds of stuff. And that tournament puts such a huge emphasis on Pump It Up. As of right now, I think there's going to be 10 Pump It Up cabinets. Angel might be... Wow. You could meet the legend, Angel who? Angel who? Angel, the winner of Byte 2024, after they vanquish FIFEMs, after they vanquish Windforce, after they vanquish another Franco, after they vanquish tons of incredibly talented players from all around the country. Angel who will reign supreme. Yes, 10 pump cabs, I believe, is the current count. And at least one of those pump cabs will be used for its true purpose. Fortnite. If that isn't tempting to you, the opportunity to play Fortnite on a Pump It Up cabinet, I don't know what else could possibly bring you to Beast in the East Fight, the greatest rhythm game event in all of Norfolk, Virginia.
Also, if you were not aware, for Beast in the East, they're also going to be doing the Banya Old School tournament, one-of-a-kind tournament for sure, as well as a co-op tournament. Thank you
Come
to
watch
Jonathan
me and Matt Miller brutalize each other during the co-op tournament because Matt doesn't play co-op. But yeah, Fight is an amazing event. Obviously, I would love for more people to come out next year to Storm and make it bigger than ever. But in the immediate future, if you want the chance to attend a really great event, we will not be having Mistake on the Lake this year, which is a bummer. Hopefully the Ohio community can rally together and make that happen for next year. But for the time being, the next really big event that I'm aware of, certainly in this half of the United States of America, is Byte, coming up early in August, shortly before my 37th birthday. You can all come and tell me how old I am. You can play Pump It Up. You can meet some of the best players, not only in the US, but in the whole entire damn world. And it's a great time. And yeah, I hope you're having a great time. Nope, no model. Sorry to those of you who are excited about it, but no model.
Also, for those of you who did want to go to Byte, please let it be known that the admission, July 31st is when normal admission ends, and then you'll be paying $75 from August 1st onwards. So definitely make sure you're saving money within the month if you did plan on going.
More importantly than saving any money, you're just making Chris and Angel and everyone else's lives easier, which is the real reason you should register early. Don't be like me. Don't wait until the last week to register for everything.
Pump it up!
And I'm not entirely sure if there is qualifiers. I'd imagine there's qualifiers for most of the tournaments being around, but please play your qualifiers and submit them early. It definitely makes the tournament more enjoyable for everyone competing.
Level 24.
The
Here we
preggers
go.
are the
Looks
goat.
like after some warm-ups, we have finally got Jason, Tony queued up, ready to go here on Phalanx V24. Drake offering a very good suggestion that you give some bonus money to Chris just for the hell of it.
True.
I can't blame him. Yes, shout outs to Murloc. Again, I shouted him out earlier when he was playing his match, but it really can't be overstated how much good stuff John has done for the community. He's built an excellent website that has really useful tools for score tracking that are better than some of the ones that Animero uses. Lots of comparison tools. He makes running tournaments easier. He's phenomenal.
One thing I do want to mention before they start is I was talking with Tony earlier about some of the brackets that the holds were dropping. He thinks part of it isn't necessarily the pads, because that is a new pad. It was just recently modded, but he's saying because maybe he's lighter is part of the issue, but he did pretty good on Showdown, so it would seem he would do well on a bracket chart like this as well.
It may just be that he's spent so much time on other games this weekend that his feet are not quite adjusted to pump pads yet. I think we'll get a good run here. I'm really excited. Both players with maybe 2 or 3 combo drops during those triplet sections where you got to kind of do like a triplet and then a bracket, triplet and then a bracket. They're still doing well. Remember that the scores on this from the first couple players have not been amazing. So the bar that they're shooting for is not nearly as high as you might think. So I am watching Tony's feed, and I saw on at least one of the brackets his foot that was hitting the 2 ups, his heel slid down to the metal. So it was slip on his part.
Both players actually comboing right here. Very impressive.
The part that really threw off our first couple players was the last little bit with these freezes. These guys are both struggling too. It's going to be so tough. Without seeing this result screen, I could never tell you who has played the best on this song out of the 4 that have
Definitely
gone.
could not.
Wow.
Wow.
And my call was correct. In first place right now on this song with a 958.9, it's Jason Dredd. He definitely had a few mistakes at the very end in the freeze section that led to him losing his stage break clear, but great performance overall. Really, really, really wonderful form and technique during the earlier parts of the chart. Kept a lot of combo for a very long time. And yeah, it looks like Tony's 946 was good enough for second best.
Wow.
So already, Kenny and Rick are behind, but they both did really well on Versailles. And Tony apparently doesn't. Oh, he's not carded in, so it's tough to say. I was gonna say Tony doesn't have a score for this song. I'm guessing that Jason does, but I could not even begin to tell you. Oh, wow.
It seems not.
So Jason has never played this song carded into this account anyway. I don't know if that's a. I don't like this chart thing. I don't know if he just doesn't have a lot of scores saved at all. I don't really know how much Jason plays. It's really tough to figure it out.
It's true.
Because he's not. He's a very kind of not private figure necessarily, but he's definitely not a part of the visible community in the way that a lot of these other players are.
And I would say Versailles and Kaso Shinja are anti-tall. The taller you are, probably the harder it's going to be for both of these, just because the turning you have to execute. As a tall person yourself, would you agree with that?
Yeah, for sure. Is that Vincent? Vincent is not visible on camera right now. You may have seen Enoch. I don't see Vincent. Vincent is between the cabinets. So you may see Vincent in a second. Vincent is wearing a yellow shirt. When you see the yellow shirt, that's Vincent. There you go. All right, this is very exciting. I agree with you that Jason's height may make this tough for him, but maybe he's practiced this chart in secret.
Oh, already a bracket drop right there. Tony crushing it right there. Very well done.
I suspect they will both handle the slowdown pretty comfortably. Yep. Crucial to not let off these holds too early. Tony very clean on that bracket quad drill.
Looking very good for both players right now. Streaming perfects all around.
Tony finally breaks combo on one of those blue brackets, but he's still got a great score going. Ending's turning straight those. Exciting factor. Oh, Tony with a few drops on that freeze going out of the stream. That may cost his score quite a lot. Yeah, wow. Still pulls off the 984. Ahead of Rick, ahead of Kenny. And Jason's score right behind those two. It's the worst of the 4 in the group, by not by as much as you might have expected. And given his strong performance on the first score, this is probably the most intrigue we've seen in a bracket in a little while.
Indeed.
There's certainly room for, given how well Tony just played that song, I can totally see Tony Casa Shinja too.
Absolutely.
I have a feeling that's what's going to happen. I have a feeling Tony is going to like 965 or 970 Casa Shinja, just hit the face off the baseball here, go on to the next round, and then we're going to be left with the other 5 guys scrapping it out. Tony played so good just now on such a tough chart. Really only has started to slide a little downhill when he missed one of those brackets right near the end. He had some troubles during that really hard ending stream, but a good score, and yeah. I still think Jason's run on Versailles was better than I would have expected.
For sure.
And I think it's possible that he just pulls something out of nowhere on Casso.
Wow.
I think Casso is like such a tough chart for a player like him, but I don't know. I believe in my man.
He's definitely proven he can execute some of those harder turn patterns and just the stamina needed to play at this level proficiently.
Yeah, he's
So-
very good. He does a very good job of keeping his hip level pretty low, so that he keeps his knees at like a pretty good angle, which makes doing those crossovers a lot more reasonable. It's tough, speaking from experience. Like when you're really big, if you kind of get too long and too straight, and your legs are like 180 degrees, it becomes very, very hard to do turning patterns. You have to get really, really low so that your hips are low and you get that hip swivel and that knee bend. And Jason has shown thus far that he's really good at doing that consistently. But in a song like this, where you have to do it for a very long time, it starts to get tiring, and maintaining that form can be hard. So I do think it's possible that this song is the downfall of Jason's tournament hopes, but we'll see. So a few bads here from Jason. Tony completely clean up till now. Both players, though, very, very solid position to compete for the top spot on the song still.
And Tony is absolutely shredding it right now. I don't know if I've seen a single non-perfect judgment.
A little bit of a slip there, but this is the tough part. There we go. This is the tough, very swingy, very high travel part. Like Drake said, you got to get out.
Oh, wow.
Tony's struggling a lot there. Tony's struggling a whole lot.
He seems very exhausted right now.
Yes, which makes sense. He's been playing games all weekend. But it takes a lot of energy to get to the outer part of the pad there. Jason, meanwhile, is actually killing it. With a very, very, very strong closing out to his run. I have to imagine his score was better than Tony's. Tony was doing better for a large portion, but yeah,
wow.
Jason with the 965 to Tony's 956. Jason with the best Casso Shinja score of anyone in the group.
Absolutely insane.
965,566 for Jason and 956,573. 956,573.
I would think if Tony wasn't as tired, he definitely could have gotten an S or above. That 703 combo is nothing to scoff at.
No, to be sure, Tony, until he got that one slip up going to the outer edge of the pad, he definitely had control in that chart. But with the scores as they stand, it appears that Rick and Kenny are both out of the tournament. Tony and Jason both have a strong case that they will advance. However, Jason has the best score out of the 4 players on 2 of the 3 charts and the worst score on the 3rd chart. And what that means is that there is a lot of possible opportunity here for Rinker and who else do we have still left to play? Rinker and Bird. Rinker and Bird could slip into one of these little creases and either steal one of these 2 guys' spots entirely or push one out while another player advances. Now, of course, it's also possible that Jason and Tony both move on and they get to run it all back in top 4. And if that's the case, I will be wishing Tony in particular the best of luck, because he's probably about to die of exhaustion any minute now. We should probably try and funnel him some Gatorade or something. But you're saying that Josh and I barely sound different?
We definitely sound different, but yes, it is.
Yo. But yeah, we already saw some pretty cool doubles performances out of Rinker earlier. I see he is still playing in the group. So we are once again going to be getting treated to a Bird solo performance. You sound different than usual.
I'll take that as a compliment. Thank you.
He sounds even more handsome and suave than on a normal day at Neon Dreams.
Thank you. You can thank the Shure SM40 microphone.
I got the Shure SM58. I got the good shit. I don't know what the difference is. But CMMF. Oh.
There's quite a crowd over there. For those of you not tuning in, not dual streaming and looking at the ITG stream, it is very, very packed over there. A lot of people watching.
I don't know who CMMF is. Does anyone know who CMMF is? Can someone that plays 4-panel tell me?
You're asking the wrong person.
Josh doesn't even know what a perfect or a fantastic is.
Never heard of her.
It's true though. Your Sound Voltex gaming is going to slowly level up your timing. Then you'll move on to pop and music, and then you'll truly know
maybe
the
one
timing
day.
windows. And then one day, you're going to PFC every drill you see.
Oh,
Every
I
single
see.
one.
I see.
Just like me.
By the way, for those of you who do play rhythm games, if you just have one main game and you've been playing it for even over a year, I would recommend getting into a second one. It'll definitely help with some of your strengths, making them stronger and improving on weaknesses.
Absolutely. Just make sure that second game isn't Walk Up or Sound Voltex or 2DX or Reflect Beat
Wow.
or Chrono Circle
Hot
or really
takes.
any game that isn't called Pop and Music or U-Beat. Those are the only 2 you're allowed to play. We got Bird warming up with the cat song here. Lil Munchkin.
Yeah, and whatever you do, definitely do not play 2DX.
If you are a 2DX fan, I just want to say something. You should instead play BMS. No, but for real, yes, exactly. Drake has it right. Pump It Up Infinity is a different game from Pump It Up, if we're being honest. But yes, Matt only plays Pump. But historically, Matt has played other rhythm games. Matt used to play pop and music. He's a pretty strong pop and music player. Not like world-class level or anything, but like pretty dang good.
Unless they're talking about Matt as in Bird. 2 Matts.
Oh, this Matt, Bird Matt. I was thinking about Matt Miller.
Too many mats.
You
There's
have to
too
call
many
this Matt
mats.
Bird. He used to.
He does now. We've converted him.
You're right, Drake. If you're a fan of bird, can we get some bird emojis in the chat? Any kind of bird. A duck. A goose. A chicken. A penguin. What are some other birds? Parrots. Shout out to Neon Dreams. Cockatiels. A pig. That's the Matt Miller emoji. We got some eagles. Ooh, we're representing for America. Are you saying that bird represents for all of America? God dang. Ooh, the turkey, the owl. There's so many birds. Who knew that there were so many bird emojis? All
Had no
available
clue.
on this fine website, twitch.tv.
Just looking at Bird's 23s that he has passed so far, almost all of them are S's or above. So I'd imagine for Versailles, he probably also has an S or above, which if he did, would put him in very good standings to make it into top 4.
Still though, the boss of this group for everyone has been Phalanx. Phalanx has been really, I mean Casso too actually. Versailles, the players have pretty consistently broken the 970
Right.
barrier. Casso and Phalanx, people have been struggling to even stage clear them, which just really shows the step up from going from a 23 to a 24 is just massive. They're just really, really challenging to clear. Even Casso Shinjo, which like conventional wisdom would say is a easy 24, is still really, really hard. I do think Bird is in a good spot here, but the weirdness of how Jason got to the point that he did by having 2 firsts and a 4th means that there's a lot of volatility here, because if someone knocks Jason down a peg, he's going to have a really hard time recovering. But at the same token, it's possible to imagine other players doing worse than Jason did on his weakest song, and Jason retaining his position as a result of that. It looks like something's going on over with ITG. Who the hell knows?
Also, I'm still of the opinion Cygnus should have stayed at 24, an entry level 24.
I would probably agree with that.
Questionable 23s moved to 24s for Phoenix.
Ooh. I think he stage failed right at the very end there by missing that up left freeze. Yep. Very good score, very clean run, but does not get the stage clear.
ITG 2-2 on the final song. Yeah, the crowd definitely shows that. It's getting pretty crazy over there.
I see Hudson's watching. Sometimes it's hard to find Hudson in a crowd because he's so small. But
I don't know if it's just me, but did Bird just move over to the other cab?
I think so. You want that cab?
Okay, so there was a microwave. I don't know what someone made. I'd assume ramen, but they burnt whatever was in the microwave. We over at the commentator's booth can smell it, but he's saying because that cab is closer to where the smell was at, the microwave, the burning smell, he's moving over to the other cab.
Interesting. Well, hopefully the smell goes away because we're eventually going to have to go back to using both cabinets. Vincent said that he thought this tournament would be done by 5. It is currently 4:06, and we are not done with top 8. So, yeah, we're going to be cutting close. There's some kind of pop-off happening on ITG. Rinker's match appears to be done. Who won? Who lost? No one knows.
If anyone in chat knows, please let us know who won.
Oh no. Oh no. Rinker. Not like this. You hate to see it. You truly hate to see it. I mean, not if you're a fan of the other guy.
Right.
But for those of us who don't know anything about ITG and are supporting our dedicated Pump It Up player Rinker and his endeavor to win in his side game in the groove, off to my side on the hand pump setup, I see Shinobi. It's playing Chicken Wing, maybe? Some kind of goofy old Banya NM.
Almost looks like media
very
science, but definitely very brackety.
Yeah, but the BGA is definitely an old Banya BGA.
That's true.
It's a chart or something.
New tunes.
Third might just be doing another warm-up. I'm sure Rinker needs to cool down a little bit after that set. If you haven't eaten breakfast or haven't had anything for lunch, go ahead and do so now. We probably have another, I'd imagine, 15 minutes while Rinker cools down. Maybe re-warms up for Pump to get his footing correct.
I don't think so. I think Rinker's going to just come right back over.
Oh,
and play.
really?
Yeah. If I know Rinker, he's just going to want to get it over with.
Fair enough.
Level 22. Difficulty zone level 12.
I think they're probably just handing out the prize medals, taking the photos, and then he'll be over here. And yeah, it's probably pretty tough to lose like that, especially when you're as competitive of a person as Rinker is. But the thing is, he's also probably been on the winning end of that kind of exchange more than once in his life at this point. It's just kind of part of the game. You just gotta, you know, recover to the best of your ability. Just accept that you're not always going to play the best every single day, no matter how hard you try, and that there's no shame in losing to other excellent players. So here we go. Matt is warming up with maybe the best chart in the entire game. The masterpiece known as Sudden Appearance Image S21. Wow. He was so amazed by Dolky's creative art that he just gave up. He just wants to sit here and watch Dolky's masterpiece with his own 2 eyes.
As he should. If we have any Dolky supporters in chat, can I please get a D?
Can we get D's in the chat for Dolky?
We're very big fans of Dolky here.
Huge fans of Dolky, some might say.
Pump it up.
Drake knows what's up. Huge D's.
Huge D.
Huge D's. Huge D's. That's I'm gonna start a secret society of Donkey enjoyers called the
Oh.
Huge D Club. If you want to be a huge D, raise your fist. Solidarity. D's. D's. Huge D's. Here we go. Rinker just immediately comes over and starts playing Phalanx 324 like it's nothing. Drake, you should have said D gang. Let's be real. Okay. Yes. Good catch, though.
Yep, we just noticed that. We're working on it. Thank you. Yeah, Rinker dropping a few of these brackets here.
Very good job so far on the brackets for Bird, though. Good. Remember here that they only need like a 970 or so to have a really great score for this grouping. Bird looks like he's up to the challenge.
Rinker looking a little tired, maybe a little confused about these patterns as well.
Understandably so on both accounts. Bird is doing pretty good. It's so hard to say. It felt like Bird did really solidly up
It
until the
did.
last group of the freezes. He only needs a 9 so.
Very nice.
967. Let's go. And Bird with a decisive win on Phalanx here for the group. And now things are going to get interesting. That pushes down both Dread and Paranoia Boy's total points, which does not affect things. But there exists the opportunity now for Bird to maybe beat Dread, but not Paranoia Boy on this next song. The gap between them is 8,000 points, 7,500 points, but two other players are already wedged into that space. So it's possible that Dread's not particularly bad Versailles score, but just ever so slightly worse than the others' Versailles score dooms him here. If Rinker and Bird can both put together really good runs here on Versailles, it might not matter. But if Bird wedges himself into that space, it could affect things. I think that what Jason is probably hoping for here is, I guess he probably wants Bird to do badly here on
I'd
Versailles.
imagine so.
I think that because the thing is, if Bird does well on Versailles, it will cost him and Paranoia Boy equally. But if Bird does pretty good, it may end up costing him and not costing Paranoia Boy. And that would be the worst case scenario for him. Obviously, I'm not talking about Rinker's performance here because it's pretty clear that he's probably not going to be really scraping for these last two spots. He's had an amazing run for a guy who doesn't play this game, as I will reiterate for the last time. But he's also very tired. But to even scrape out a 900k on Phalanx at this point in the tournament was pretty impressive. Ooh. All right. Hopefully everything looks still okay over on the stream end. We're having some slight technical difficulties, but it looks good. It looks good on our side. No drop frames or anything. So let's do it. Let's go, Matt Bird. I agree. Let's go, Matt Bird. Ooh, an early slip up for Bird on a bracket. While Winker retains his full combo, and I'll just not talk. Ooh, some slip ups here during the slowdown from Bird. Those could be pretty costly.